Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them starting from Tier 6 have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an autoloader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire, Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability, Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
In early autumn, We'll welcome to the game the biggest World of Tanks update of the whole of 2026. Let's start with the most noticeable part. Bigger and juicier shots. More spectacular hits. And most importantly, each shell's interaction with armor become far more informative. All this allows the battlefield to speak the language of gameplay and lets you read the situation instantly. Sounds play an equally important role here. Shots will ring out like you've never heard them before. On open terrain, in dense urban areas, or deep inside tunnels. The new effects and sounds will help you navigate confidently in the heat of combat. This could seriously influence the course of battle, as could our significant update of a whole vehicle type. Light tanks will be redistributed across 3 combat roles: Scout, Support, and Versatile tanks. To support the changes, many vehicles' characteristics will receive targeted tweaks, and field modification will be fine-tuned. This will let light tanks play their roles to the fullest without compromising the philosophy of each individual vehicle. The matchmaker will account for these changes and consider the new roles as it aims to select the most symmetrical teams possible. It will also strictly limit the number of light tanks in a match to no more than 2 per team, starting from battles at Tier 7. Wheeled tanks, while they have been allocated the scout role, are still limited to 1 per team and matched against each other as before. The changes will mean higher quality battles, not only for light tanks, but also for other vehicle types. We'll also start testing a new system designed to reduce the number of times the same maps appear. This will bring more variety to every gaming session. Update 2.4 will bring 10 new vehicles, and chief among them is a German heavy tank line, topped by the Panzerkampfwagen Neu. These are dynamic, excellently armored versatile vehicles, whose main power is utilizing the terrain. They share the unique shell calibration system. It allows them to adapt more precisely to a selected target and quickly recalibrate shell parameters to destroy opponents more effectively. And that's only the beginning. The Neu is just one of 6 new Tier 11 vehicles. The Czechoslovakian VZ-63P heavy tank. Good dynamics, comfortable gun depression, a strong turret, and a 2-shell autoloader where the second shot is always more dangerous than the first. The mechanism is simple. If you penetrate, the second shell gets increased average damage. If you don't penetrate, or the shot ricochets, the second shell flies with higher pen. The Chinese WZ-219 light tank performs all the usual tasks for its type, but with one notable difference. Its mechanic lets it detect the presence of hidden opponents in a selected direction and significantly increase the chances of spotting them. However, this mechanic works both ways. When it spots an opponent in its scan sector, the WZ-219 also reveals itself. Detecting enemies and escaping fire unscathed is a real challenge. High stakes, big reward. The Japanese Shugo tank destroyer. A solid cabin, impressive alpha, and some of the highest penetration in the game. And on top, it fires missiles, unguided and highly explosive. The Italian CAV-71 medium tank. continues the auto-reloader line. At the push of a button, its shell reloading time instantly reduces to a short fixed duration. In any situation, when to accelerate the reload is up to you. The Swedish BV-111 medium tank has impressive gun depression thanks to hydropneumatic suspension. Plus, it boasts strong, bouncy armor and an alternative combat mode. It lets you load shells with increased alpha from an external ammo rack. The standard mode is for typical play. The alternate one is for when you don't need DPM, but high damage per shot. The Sector 3 story continues. Update 2.4 introduces an additional operation in the third personal missions campaign. You can start it straight away without having completed the previous ones, but don't expect to walk in the park. Even if you made it through the third personal missions campaign, the new missions will test your skills to their limits. It's a serious challenge and a tough trial for real aces. The main reward is the Fossa VM68, the first Tier 10 German-wheeled medium tank. Its surprising dynamics and sniper gun make it perfect for flanking and quickly switching positions. And for completing the operation with honors, you can claim a unique 3D style that will make you the center of attention from the first seconds of battle. And that's not a figure of speech. Now, at the start of each battle, 3 players in your team will be showcased. If you make the cut, it means you boast outstanding combat credentials, you're enjoying an excellent game session, or your vehicle has amazing customization. Or maybe all that at once. The new Onslaught season also stands out. 4 familiar maps will be plunged into darkness. The changes affect not only the look of the locations, but the gameplay conditions too. Spotting vehicles here is much harder. To detect enemies effectively, you can use the new point of interest to launch a signal flare. It illuminates the terrain perfectly. Track down enemies, win, and strive for the new annual reward, the Fireborn. If you haven't battled in over 60 days, just log in and grab a whole heap of goodies. Tier 8 and 9 rental premium tanks. 5 times XP missions, 2D styles, a whole month of World of Tanks premium account, and non-expirable personal reserves. Update 2.4 brings new Tier 11 vehicles and a new German line. Adjusted light tank rolls and a refreshed matchmaker. Plus big sounds and stunning effects. All part of the biggest World of Tanks update of 2026. And you'll feel it in every battle.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown. I'm joined here today by Ian, ready for some 15 on 15 action.
Yes, my favorite. Can't wait.
It's going to be an interesting day with familiar names, but maybe familiar faces, but not in the order you would expect. Like this Infill team, for example, Ian, it's a bit different than the Infill team of old, right?
Yeah, slightly different. Obviously not a full Polish lineup this time. It's a mix of Mafia and W, so quite new to see, and have to see how they kind of do, if they can stack up to what we've seen previously Infill do.
Yeah, of course. That's our first match of the day. It's Infill against Rix. They're heading towards a juggernaut of a match. Then we're following up with Storm against FaZe, with Storm having some of the old Infill core in there as well. And then FaZe the Ukrainian team. And then Ian, and the bottom is a familiar team to you, right?
Yeah, I like these guys apparently. Half my clanmates and some other people that I've played with a few times in 7v7 team as well.
It's
so
like
looking forward to that game.
It's like a ship without a captain.
Yeah, well, can't really do much without me, but you know, luckily they got in this time.
Well, these are the drops for you today and tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow that mystery drop with a potential of getting one of those listed goodies. Good stuff in store. It's really, you know, getting back into the groove of 15v15 here. Let's take a moment and think about what has changed since the last 15v15 tournament. Have we seen any meta changes? Not really, no.
I think the Dravix is basically more used now, a bit more. I think previously you probably saw maybe only a few people taking maybe like 5 Dravets, but now I think you're seeing probably 10 to 12 Dravets on some maps even, so slight meta change there, but not by a large amount.
So, Dravets all around. If you don't have yours, you can start doing the missions. Right now, you know, by the time the tournament ends, you may have completed them. But what do we expect? Like, who are the favorites? You know, if somebody at home doesn't know any of these teams, who are the favorites to win?
You would say probably Infill, Rix, and FaZe. I mean, FaZe are basically Kylie, but renamed, and they won the last Clan Showdown, so they're probably heavily favorites. This Infill team, obviously, we kind of don't know fully how they're going to do, but obviously full of very good players, so again, you don't know how they're going to do, but you would expect very well. And Rix, I mean, they're still Motivacia basically renamed, and you'd still expect them to do quite well.
Yeah, of course, big dreams here. But if you had to pick one favorite, the team that is most likely or has the highest odds in your opinion to win?
I think I'm going to go with FaZe, just because they won it last time. But
okay, that's fair. I thought here there would be the opportunity to say that literally Clueless would be the one to, you know,
I have some hope here.
Being loyal and something along those lines, you know?
Can't be too loyal. I mean, that's just delusional at that point, I think. But I mean, they have a chance. I've seen some of them, some of their training, and I've seen them train against FaZe, and they did win a few rounds. Not to leak anything, but yeah, I mean, I think the player skill difference is slightly different.
Prize pool, of course, the number one team taking them home the lion's share, 100k bonds, 500k gold, and 10,000 euros to the team. But the second team taking 5k, 250k gold, and 75k bonds. So you really want to be in the money. And of course, a little bit different here than in Onslaught is that lower bracket in 15v15 is a dangerous pool to go through with a best of 5 looming over you. Anything can really happen. It's a very quick match.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I do think Clueless could, I mean, it's highly unlikely, but they could do some kind of upset if they get, you know, possibly, it is a best of 5, so they can maybe get a two round win on the first map, and, you know, then it's all to play for, but unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah. I mean, why not? It can happen. Rosters. There you go. You can see Rix indeed, then Motivatia team, or what else were they? What else have they been called? Motivatia, and before that?
Giraffe?
Yeah, I think so. I think they renamed before that as well, one more time. But yeah,
Madagascar?
something like that. Yeah, something
Madagascar,
like that.
Giraffe, Motivatia, then Rix, I think.
Yeah, I could see it. So, Piotr, captain of Invel, I don't know if he was there for them in the last 15v15 they played, or that was after the shuffle already. But anyways, it's now indeed Invel mixed up with W in that regard. And the picks and bans, starting off with the Invel ban of Highway, the Rix ban of Prokhorovka, gives us Cliff as very first map into Redshire. Morovanka banned then by Rix, Sanderberg banned by Invel gives us Fisherman's Bay as the third map, Liveoaks banned by Invel, no surprise, and the tiebreaker will be Himmelsurf. Well, we look at the community prediction as well, 75% in favor of Invel, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, quite large, I feel like it's more probably 60-40, but I mean, you'd probably still say Invel are the favorites with the two very good teams from
maybe you know, the fact that it's like W and Mafia together now fully gives them the hope that this is the new juggernaut in 15v15, you know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, probably a few W players are looking for gold fists, so probably wanted to combine for that reason. And Invel, obviously, well, I mean, some people have 3 diamond fists, so, you know, maybe they're trying to make their 4th.
Sure, or making their way towards 10. Although I don't know where Piotr is working towards, or Monster, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, I feel like Cliff for the first game is going to be quite nice. A quick, maybe 2-0 victory for one of the teams, and yeah, you're looking. Oh, it's best of 7, isn't it? So yeah, not fully over, but yeah, definitely don't want to go down 2-0 on Cliff, and it would not be very good.
Cliff is one of those maps where we won't see that many Dravets, right?
No, I think still the meta is heavily still towards BZ. I saw one team, I think CTR, use Dravex on it, and it didn't go very well. But they were against Storm, so yeah, not great.
So prediction-wise, say 4-3 for Invel. Did I really go that brave? Trying to recall, Ian is twice on it, 4-2. I mean, Ian, I would assume that if you tried to cheat the predictions, at least you would make it so you have two different ones, you know? It's very weird. It's very weird that you would fill in your prediction twice and then fill in the same thing.
Well, I mean, Phil asked me and I said, so I don't know, maybe just put my name down.
Oh, yeah, okay, so Phil and you have 4-2, Zbest is 4-1, and I indeed have 4-3 for Invel. Starting it off, indeed, a lot of BZs, but also the Schwertal in great number picked 6 of them for Rix. That's a lot of HP, and also, of course, for those of you that do not know the Schwertal, it is a German rocket-boosted heavy tank that is equipped with 4 rocket boost sets, of which each booster lasts, like, what is it, 20 seconds?
Correct, yes, you're correct. Yeah, 20 seconds, and to cool down for another 5 seconds. I mean, first shots from a Durandal, quite new tank, but being used, and it does do his clip and gets all the spotting info, and it looks like it's going to be a heavy brawl in the mid.
It does seem to be the way that is going to play out here. The 50B is already set up in 1-2, starting to clip out, but those tanks do not have a lot of burst in one target. But Orchak in return getting owned by all the Shredtals. Nico Hines pushing forward, even Mindbreaker wants to get the kill, but the 50Bs currently are out of their clips. The Shredtals trying to tank with that high HP pool. The armor not that hard to go through for these BZs. Hold down, it's a real menace, but in this situation, a straight on fight, he doesn't seem to be doing that bad, but in a purely training game, it does, I think, have better DPM than the BZ, but so far that's not coming to show, as the first 2 down are Mindbreaker and Twilight in those Shredtals, and Evilog now trying to boost forward, but he's boosting into his death, and Invel on this corner seems to be currently winning that part of the map at least. But is that gonna be enough? Because the crossfire, of course, is there for Rix with 1-2 line, with a little bit of hill control, but not much, but an HP deficit of 4,000, which is about to increase as well, as Liberty is not quite dead just yet, but now he is. Now it's on to Rixto to make that crossfire happen, and you can see all of these Invel tanks in between those rocks, none of them doing too well in terms of HP, but the kills are just not there right now.
Yeah, I mean, Rick's gonna have control of this ramp, and Invil is being forced to repush this ball to get out of the crossfire, and I think they will manage it. They have a lot of high HPs coming, and Nepal will kill probably the 50p on the corner, and it just depends if they can win this ball. They should win this game, but it's gonna be hard to push into this much crossfire and these clips.
Yeah, Nepal is now the one taking all the damage. You can see the damage taken is significant, but Mentos comes in with a killer as well on towards Little. And how many shells does Aphrodite and Aka have left right now? Is it enough to make a difference? Klurf picks up Aphrodite. The hill seems to be getting slowly won by Invil as well, and a second wave of reinforcements arriving with Profuz and Yuzek to clean up this 1-2 line. The damage from Rix on towards the Invil team, it's significant. A lot of them are not doing that well whatsoever, but it's not gonna matter when you simply do not convert that into kills. I mean, look at the sheer amount of one-shots on the Invil side. That's like 6 or 7 of them actually that are currently below that marker where one bullet would take them down, but it doesn't matter. First round goes towards Invil.
Yeah, I mean, very clean, not very clean from Invil, but quite well. I was a bit worried how Rix had control of the ramp and they had ball control, but it looked like Invil just kind of, I mean, typical Invil. They just keep their one-shots alive and they just use that gun advantage to just slowly murder you all. And yeah, I mean, just a nice round from Invil, really.
Yeah, so nice round from Invil indeed. And it comes to show that picking up the kills is extremely, extremely important. They were able to do that very, very well. Keep those BZs alive, and I think Rix, you know, they had a good crossfire, but
yeah, I mean,
those 50 Bs.
On the ball.
Yeah, they I feel like their initial volley wasn't that great. Like they shot a lot of things, but a lot of different things. And then you have like 5, I think 50 Bs on 1-2 line that are all reloading. So it's like, if they were able to like really consolidate onto one target with those 50 Bs and neutralize it early on, sure. But now when it's just spread damage.
Yeah, I think I was expecting them all to kind of peek on the corner to like shoot the, you know, the next to the rocks, kind of like that angle with all the sports fells that were fighting on there. And I thought they would just fully clip all the BZs were there, but I think some of them shot ramp, some of them shot probably a bit more of the people going up the ramp or on towards the hill, and just not, I guess, great focus fire, I guess, from Rix.
Looking through the damage real quick. I mean, Mentos in the Durandal actually not doing too bad. 3,900. So, yeah, the Durandal, of course, is allowed in this tournament as well. And they do end up picking it for this 1-2 line, of course. With that 1,500 burst, it's basically like a mobile 50B. I mean, you can't really compare it to a 50B, right? It's like a Borask more than anything else. It's like it's kind of annoying, you know? It's pretty fast. Can make a good clip. Why not? Sure. I think it struggles maybe later on in the game, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still a fan of the 50B, to be honest. I think it's just more versatile, and you have a bit more health points. So, like, if you need to repush the ball or just push into something, you have a bit more health. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's still completely fine to take a Durandal, and you do that big punish at the start. But I feel like the 50B would have probably done the same amount, to be honest.
I mean,
maybe not into the same tanks. I guess that's.
Durandal with a decent spawn is very early on 1-2 line though as well. You know, like
yeah,
you can check fences, etc. I don't know. I'm certain there's a
thought behind it.
Yeah, you know, why not? I mean, it's also, I guess you could play it in the middle early on as well. You know.
Yeah, you could. I don't know the exact speed of it. I don't know how fast it is compared to like a BZ, but obviously it should get there faster. I'm thinking they're just taking it so instead of a 50B, because I guess you can hit a tank twice instead of a 50B, where you probably only get like one shot and then you have to shoot another tank because it's got around the corner on the bowl. I guess that's probably why. But it seemed to work out, so they can't complain.
So, first battle 1, this is a best of 7. Invil has a few to go before they actually end up winning. But it's a good start for them in this battle, you know, in this match even. It was a clean round. They're doing exactly what they need, and it just comes to show that Rix is going to have to play their A game if they want to bring this anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, quite a nice round for Invil, keeping all their guns alive as well. It was close, but it was like under control, I felt, and they weren't worrying about other things happening, and they managed just to secure the round and repush this ball, and yeah, I mean, just kill these 50 Bs that seem to be not the best at focus firing.
What did we think of the Schwertal, though?
It didn't seem that good.
Yeah.
It just kind of died. I don't know. Oh, wow.
Well, if at first it doesn't work with 5, Pick 11.
Yeah.
And 3 BZs and a CS.
Yeah, and for Invil taking double 50B, 5 CS, and the rest BZs. So, I mean, obviously Invil still believe in the BZ meta, and Rix want to try and switch it up. I mean, the health difference really is not... It's the same, is it not? Yeah, BZ and I think still has the same health. Wow. Okay.
No, it has 100 more.
You sure? Clanzik has the same as Beast.
Well,
Are they taking experimental?
depends
again?
on the equipment, I guess, on the BZ.
Yeah.
I guess that 70 is with experimental HP, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which would make sense.
Yeah.
Initial damage coming in though, 1 shot taken on the CS, 1 ignite, yeah indeed, on towards that 50B, sorry, on the CS from Klurv. And now this time around, Invil going for a similar approach here as we saw Rix, you know, a little bit of split here. Now the Shretos coming into the middle though, trying to overrun Piotr, and he is very far forward, way more forward than he should be, team captain or not. That's taking the front line a little bit too literate at this point, like... Now they're getting bullied back as well, and this looks very familiar to Rix, but this time around it's Invil just backing off, which I think is even worse than taking the fight on the corner, Ian.
Yeah, I don't think they should have given away these positions, and they have this ball control that they can use to like crossfire them a little bit. Now backing off, and now they have the Hurricane behind them as well, but they do have ramp control for Rix, and they should be able to possibly get up the hill at some point with the CS, and
But
it's not looking great for health.
Kano will get a 1v1 with Ios. Ios is Amrak, no repair kit available. That means Kano straight up wins that fight. It's not even worth discussing anymore. He cannot win that in the CS63 in this. It's also not Onslaught, so that repair kit is going to be gone for a little bit of time. So Kano, bouncing one, but in return, also what we miss is a crossover from the Schwertals into 1-2 line and cleaning up. And this battle felt very, very familiar in a different way, but very familiar nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, literally... Basically, the exact game plan that we saw last time just fell apart for Invil as well.
I think Invil executed it even worse.
Yeah, I mean, they were quicker on the corner, but then they just gave it up and then just got...
I mean, like, with the way that Rix played in the last battle, if you want to play like it, I guess it's the way you gotta do it, right? You gotta hold the corner so that they're committed deep, so your tanks from 1-2 line can help, right? But when you back off and just let them play between the rocks, your 1-2 line can't even do much anymore. So I think it's worse to go corner and try to back off. Also, Piotr was in so deep.
Yeah, he kind of...
I mean,
all of his health and
that was way too deep.
Got a little excited.
I feel like Rick's battle was more convincing than the other way around. The HP is about the same, right? But in terms of like leading the game here, yeah, very weird for Invil.
I mean, clearly, just take more of the Germans and you win. So. Yeah.
I mean, there's still room for Invil to one-up Rix because Rix only had 11, so they could pick 12 now. Then Rix has to pick 13.
Just true. I don't know if they were taking fuel or something because there was a lot of dead crew at the end there. There was like 4 people with like a dead gunner.
On the Schwertals?
Yeah. It's
very possible that they're playing without medkit and playing... they're playing... it could be very... much the case. No medkit then, so playing fuel and rations.
Yeah, maybe.
Because, you know, if there be dead crew members, they would have to replace the medkit unless they're playing double repair kit. But I'm not sure why they would need that.
No.
Nobody really does double repair kit anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just unlucky, I guess, that people just got their crews knocked out twice, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. There was 4 people with a dead crew, so I'm sure.
So, damage-wise, Sketsa actually doing pretty good. 5.6 together with Kono as well, standing out above the team. And then, I mean, on the right side, you see Schwertals on the top and Schwertals on the bottom, which is kind of what you would expect when you have 11 of them. There's not much to read into having 11 Schwertals. You know, like, some of them are all the way on the top and some of them are all the way on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the same with Invil, I guess, with BZs on the top, BZs on the bottom. I mean, unless if you do one shot in the German tank, you can you do more damage, I guess. So I guess it's a plus in that regard.
Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Schwertals were using fuel, though, for that extra speed. Like, it definitely makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah, because I mean, even with the BZs, they were so much faster as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Could be. I mean, if you think about it, like, what does it go? 10% engine power, right?
Yeah.
And the boost of the Schwertal, for example, also, and the BZ as well, is a boost to your engine power, right? as well.
Yeah.
I guess, if that's how it works exactly. So 1-1 coming out of Cliff. Okay. Didn't learn much from it, I think, to be honest.
No,
You learned
I
that
mean,
both teams know how to play the corner from south, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, Red Shy will be more interesting, I think. I mean, I think from groups, Rix did quite a campy kind of strat on the north, so it can be kind of interesting to see if Invil have watched that and will learn from what I think Bantercore or Yak Banter, whatever it was, did against it. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see.
Like I said, it was just a surprise that Invil got played the same plan and got packed up, you know?
Yeah. Didn't learn anything, I guess, from what Rix did wrong.
No, it's like, okay, we play this, and what if they do what we did, which is basically play full middle? Well, we lose, you know? I guess we lose.
Yeah.
So be it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Rick's coming in without the Sword Shells this time and bringing, how many is that? 7 IS-7s, 1 STRV, 1 EBR, and the rest of the Ravets.
Infill in return, 1 EBR, 4-60s, a CS, and the rest Ravets as well. So, of course, unlike regular global map battles, South is on this map attacking and not defending. That's the one big change, right?
Yep.
Everything else is the same. Always good to remind. And you could see that Rix from the attacking side has opted to try and take somewhat two-line control and a little bit of right side control at the same time as well. They're not really going to be too aggressive anyway, just trying to hold. But Invil in return, 4 lines straight, Akka and Kono spotting each other out. And these 4 IS-7s pushing down 1-2 need to be careful from these Dravets looking at them. But they're going to bleed. Like, sitting here, what are they looking for except for damage? Like, okay, you want to shoot the crossing, but
You can't stay here either.
Yeah, I mean
9-0 is about to be taken, and yeah, it's about to be crossfire. It's gonna
They're pushing
have to be a
1-2 though.
push. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a push with this, but they're stopping these 50Ps and 260s, not wanting to move.
they have to do something.
Yeah,
They cannot sit.
Yeah, they're just about to be crossfired forever in this dip. I mean, they're not going to be unspotted now, but they have to leave now probably and try and get out.
Yeah, and I think there, Rix is kind of missing the spot on this retreat.
Yeah, it feels like Akka could have probably gone to like the 8-line ridge where Kono is to try and spot them permanently. Maybe he's a bit afraid of something, but...
Let's take a look at the scores, though, in the return. I mean, some damage... Okay, significant damage into Klurf.
I mean, 5k down for Invil.
Position-wise, I would not say they're in good positions either.
No, I mean...
These two forward committed Dravets are a
They can
linchpin.
be crossfired, no, from 8-line.
Yeah, once if they ever take down into 7-line, which they're not doing right now because they're playing it slow, but if they ever would take down all the way, then for sure. Like, the only thing I see here for Rix is they got to be careful from like a 9-0 line rotation because they're not covering it that well.
No, I mean, Akka's going now. He looks like he's spotted now already. Kono spotting him out as well. Kono managing to give a shot but missing, and he doesn't get punished for that either. And I mean, I feel like if Rix just rotate a few tanks from the K2 with the Dravix and just take out the 9-0, I just don't see how Invil can hold this.
I'd like to see 1 or 2 more tanks here for Rix, especially now that they've seen Dravets over there on the 8 lane, so they know that there's going to be a rotation from Invil. But still, they're finding... Oh, the I-7s have pushed up on the meantime on towards F1. And now Invil trying to react. Getsai pushing forward with a 50B. And he's trying to clip out against Twilight. And he will actually get some shots out as well. And Twilight taking a lot. Minus 1.2. Franek now coming as well in his 50B. But that is a trade at best. And that's not really what you want in that 50B. These IS-7s are now being used as a bait, I guess. A bait and switch to try and get as much damage out. And so far, I will say the trade for Rix. They've lost an IS-7, but they've killed a 50B. They're about to kill another. And Orchek is not doing that much better either. So while did they need to make this move per se before taking 7-line? No, but is it still working for them? Sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was a little afraid about them pushing up, but I mean, these 260s just, I mean, it's a hold down IS-7. You can't really do much to it, and these 50Bs just kind of slowly just dying, being a bit useless. Mentos and Rex are also just going
dying
down
from
to
behind.
one shots. Yeah, also being just shot from behind, and this strat for Invil just Didn't work out at all.
No, like when you take such a committed position, you really only have one option anymore, which is to commit, normally speaking. The way that Red Shire works out, and I don't think it's changed that much since I was playing, Ian, is that if you commit on this 1-2 line, but you're committed in the positions that you are, you slowly lose the game if you just decide to sit.
I think I remember seeing a strat like similar to this, where you just kind of continue. You go to like where they were, and then you continue through. But they had, I don't know, they just kind of backed out of it. They had these 50Bs and 260s.
They saw a lot of tanks from 1-2, and they decided not to fight. But I don't know if that's the right.
I'm just forced to, aren't you?
I mean, it's not a great defense by holding just F1. It's really not. It's considered like a fairly weak defense because you lose a 6-0 line, you know?
Yeah.
Which contains you into like F1, C4, and A8. Most good teams do not struggle with it, which is weird why they try to back off. But then, you know, like even the backing off part here for Invil, right? Let's go back to that. So they leave the committed position at F3, but they don't fully leave it. They leave two guys there to kind of die because, I mean, Mentos and whoever was with him, I think they only died to shots from behind, basically. They did not take too much from the IS-7s.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they left, I think, unspotted with like the four tanks that left. So you would have thought just leave with everything and just try and lick your wounds and, you know, try and hold something. But I mean, these 260s in the castle are not great tanks for holding. So it just, and these 50Bs, I mean, I think I've saw 50Bs used in the group stage as well to try and just punish people coming in. But I mean, you need a 279 or something to hold the castle, and not 260s.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play that defense and deep 1-2, it's played with 279s. Indeed, it's not played with 260s. So I don't know, it's really weird for him, but maybe it's still like having some like self-confidence issues there, because I feel like a confident Invil would just bite the bullet and just go for it, no matter what happens. And here they're like, let's not do it. And I think it was a mistake for them.
I mean, I think maybe it like they. I mean, I think who was playing the EBR? I can't remember who. Okono. I think he peeked over on the 9-0, and I don't think he spotted anything apart from the EBR. And even though Ricks were going with 3 tanks, but Okono just didn't see them. So I guess Invil thought that they were just fully set up for a 1-2 hold. I guess I don't know. Maybe that was just like the reasoning why they just didn't pull the trigger on that. But yeah, I mean, you just can't sit in these positions that Invil had and just let Riggs take 9-0 and up close to the castle.
Yeah, you cannot hope to win, you know?
Yeah. And we saw this with Twilight dying, so yeah.
Yeah, and the top damage there for Riggs was actually ISED, which was on the other side of the map, which I guess illustrates how much damage he was able to do onto the back of those tanks, because he didn't really have anything on 9-0 line, if you remember, to shoot at. So he was constantly sniping.
Yeah, and you don't really want to do that in an IS-7 that often. I mean, I kept on seeing, I think it was like the Mentos and Rexar, they kept on trying to peek on these IS-7s that came close, but every time they did, they just got shot in the back from 9-0. So, and it's a hold down IS-7. It's like just weird from Invil. Not what you expect.
No, but you know, it's not that Rix is a bad team at all. You know?
No, very true.
So they're capitalizing on the opportunities given to them. Did you know that there was an edge there, Ian?
An edge?
Yeah, like a cliff, you know, on the map, a bit further out of the render range. We should extend the map a little further so that resident ID players have a better play to, you know.
It's in water though, no?
Yes, just to admire it, Ian. You know, look at it.
Ah, yes, I see the cliff now. Yes.
Yep.
Honestly, I'd never turned around. Actually, never seen that.
Yeah, today is a learning day, Ian.
Yeah.
Cliff is not that far away. That's why you always got to watch out where you put a step. You know, watch your ground.
Yeah.
Watch your step.
Very true. Very true.
It's a windmill producing fresh bread. Although it's like a little.
Where is this map based?
It's Scotland.
Really? This is what you think Scotland looks like? Very sunny for Scotland. That's what I'm saying.
I thought you meant like the broken Zeppelin and stuff.
Oh, no. No.
I'm looking it up for you, actually. Let's see.
Okay, thank you.
Can't find it. Apparently Western Europe.
Western Europe, okay. Well,
could be the UK, to be honest.
I don't know. I mean, Rick's taking no EBR, 1E5, 2 Swordsfells. two 260s, some IS-7s, and two Dravics. Are they doing the same thing as... Are they copying each other? What is this?
This is an extended training battle, or?
Yeah, I think we literally just watched this. Hopefully Invil have taken some notes this time.
But it indeed does look very similar.
This looks the exact same. What?
I have seen this. IOS is a bit late on running, but does get away without taking anything. Aka and the Schwertal taking a few shots of damage, and I'm assuming that this is where Rix just decides to go, and they're peeking against IOS. They drop him towards 700 HP, so some good damage, and now they're pushing through Twilight, but his booster still active. Yeah, that's one of the things about the Schwertal. The booster is so long that when you peak, you cannot roll back. You can go -1 km/h, but that doesn't get you into safety, as Beast will have realized, and now the tide is coming, but will the tide be able to wash away the tanks from Invil? I do not know, to be honest, at this point, Ian. They do find Piotr, and Ketsai still there. The overpeaks are coming from the Dravets is on the K-line. Itox and Mentals still in crossfire as well to pick up Ketsai, Itox, and Mentals without losing too much. Who knows? But the overpush is also, of course, a very hard one to pull off, and you can see that by the amount of tanks that are dropping along the way. Already down 2 IS-7s, 2 more about to follow as well. Ketsai might actually die in his IS-7 because he has IS-7 facing off against him, but they're not going to be winning the K-line off of this. They do not have K1 either, which is kind of a necessary tank in this scenario, and it do seem to remember that Redshire going the same way in the previous battle, just a little different.
Yeah, I mean, kind of same execution, but slightly different result. And Rex do this push through, and it was just obliterated really by Invil. I mean, 10k up now, and I mean, it's just in the bag for Invil here. And I mean, I feel like after seeing what happened to Invil, I feel like you probably switch your strats, to be honest, because it did not look great.
Well, so far they're very similar, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they copied each other's homework? I don't know. Change it up a little bit. Make sure they're not copying.
I don't know. It feels like maybe they watched one too many of your videos on advances, you know?
Whoa. Invil, Redshire is not in the map pool, so I don't know.
Old videos.
I guess very old videos when I was a very young lad.
Very young lad. So, that makes it 2-2. Could have skipped the first 2 maps and went straight onto the third one, which is Fisherman's Bay, right?
Yes, I think so. I think you remember. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Fisherman's Bay. So, all in all, 2-2. So you could see Rix. I think they go for the right thing, which is the overpush, but it is hard to do that, nonetheless. And also, I think the Schwertal players need to be a little aware of how long they have left on their boost before it runs out.
Funny.
Yeah, it's just it's an unnaturally long boost, to be honest. Not that like having a booster in general is very natural, but like it's like 20 seconds, you know, it's very, very long.
I mean, they probably used one to get there, and then they used another one to like just get to the end, and then they just couldn't stop.
And then they try to peak the CS, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah. I mean, even that peak, though, is so dangerous. Even still, I mean, I really don't understand the sword spells. I don't think they're that good, honestly. I think I tried them when they first came out or got added, and I think I used them on Proco for a bit, and I just kind of stopped using them after a while because I just really didn't think they were that good as I thought they were going to be.
So, 2-2. I mean, both teams are very even. The question is, who makes it through?
Yeah, I mean, if we're just going to keep on going, it should be Invil, right? I mean, Invil wins first round, then loses. I guess it was different on Redshire, but I don't know. It seems so weird. Just both teams playing exactly the same way on both times that they're losing, and yeah, it's just very strange. Okay, I feel like if they want to do this Redshire play, you just go like on the like the 3 line instead, and then you go into like the riverbed, and then you go down the 1-2 that way. But yeah, I don't like this 6 line strat, or whatever you want to call it.
What do you think we can expect on Fisherman's Bay?
I think more of a slow game. I think both maps they've kind of played, both teams went very aggro on both of the defenses, I guess, and I feel like Fisherman's is a lot more hard to kind of play aggro on defense for North side, because there's not really much you can kind of push that well, it seems, on Fisherman's.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like North Fisherman's Bay, it's a hard one to be aggressive from. So this might be the one where we see a more defensive approach, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll have to see what teams are going to start bringing. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see these German tanks come back for Fishermen's, but who knows? I mean, Rick seemed to like them and think they're quite good, but so far, maybe you need to spring 11 on them, and you win from there.
However, if you pick 15 Schwertals, you're so fast in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, against 279s, it's probably not that bad because you're quite tall against it. I think it has decent heat pen as well, but I don't know. Not a fan still.
I hate it. I find it very annoying to play, to be honest with you.
You played it much in randoms?
Enough. It's just such a annoying gun, to be honest.
Yeah. I think I played like 10 games in it and yeah, stopped.
However, lineups of the first Fisherman's Bay, triple Hori, double type, double E5, a Dravet, triple IS7, and quad 279 for rigs.
And for Invo, bringing these 260s again, 3 260s, 5 Dravets, 5 279s, 2 CSs. 279 heavy. Coming back. I feel like people went back to 279. I feel like a lot of people were taking BKKs and stopped.
I feel like it always kind of stayed on Fisherman's Bay, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like... Oh, I still think you would take like 1 or 2, but I feel like a lot more people now are taking like 3 or 4, maybe 5. And quite aggro from Invo, from the middle.
I mean, the map really works for the armor of the 279, though.
Yeah, it's just very nice to play in middle. Kono getting the spot off on the 1-2. Spotting out 3 tanks, and I think Aphrodite as well, so, I mean, nice spot from him. I would like to see, I mean, he doesn't seem to have a spotting setup, so...
No, it looks pretty normal. Liberty and Evil. Alright, what's the good thing about doubling up on the Rocky in it?
Can make a shield.
Do you think it's actually good?
I don't think so.
Like, let's say a team comes closer 1-2 and drives around. Do you feel like the added second IS7 does anything outside of give a second kill?
No, I think he just dies, yeah. Maybe it was like they were going to go straight, but then they saw Kono and then just stopped. Got scared.
You get scared often?
Yeah. When I see a Kono playing CS, petrified.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the team is without a captain, you know? Sailing through the lower bracket.
I swear I'm cursed when it comes to qualifiers for 15v15. I've been into the final, I think, 5 times with different teams. I think 1 time or 2 times I've led, so I don't know. That's why I became a caster.
So who's leading now?
Deji.
Imagine getting out-qualified by Dejdi.
Bro.
How does that feel, actually? It must really, like, I wouldn't be able to sleep.
I also talk about it.
IOS is the one with spotting equipment, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
I mean, especially on those bushes there where he is, it makes sense. There's only a singular bush in front of you, so you spot through them with CVS quite easily.
Oof. Took a blind shot from Little, though.
Big blind shot, actually. Extremely, I mean, very, very, very good blind shot. I don't even think he can see the bushes from there. Like the second row, you know?
Yeah, he has to shoot through the first one only, yeah. Nickelhein's taking a lot of punishment there.
Yeah.
Looking at Rick's strat, and I feel like Ho-Ri, I mean, we had that strat, I think, what was it? Was it W? I think Barbarian used like 5 Ho-Ris at some point. But I feel like after that, no one really used Ho-Ri after it got nerfed a while ago.
Good initial damage from Rix, though. Really, really solid. 3,000 HP lead. Good shot as well on towards the back of Yuzek. Nico Heinz will die over time. It's granted. It's given. He cannot do much about it.
Yeah, he will go down to Prufus over time. I mean, eventually when he hits his shot, which you would hope so soon. I mean, his heat pen nerf from the 279 makes it quite annoying, but he should see the lower plate of this i7. And yeah, Nico Heinz trying to hit the cupola of Prufus, yeah, that's not going to really work in a 279. Oh, no,
I believe in him. He's going to do it. He's living for a while, though, so I think by the time he dies, 4 minutes will have passed. Of course, Infield doesn't have an EBR, which is kind of useful to have on that attacking side when you start clearing some positions, getting some deep info. They don't have that. They do have a CS with spotting, but it's not quite the same, right?
No, I mean, I feel like
Who's
Invil...
getting shot in the back?
Oof,
I said push back
nice.
up.
Is he going to go down for this before he kills Nico?
I mean, where is Profuse sitting? He takes one more from Iset in the back. He can't really turn around. Nico Heinz is looking, and now Invil trying to pressure him across immediately. Orchek taking 1.8, and you can see Iset is the one that made the move, and they're trying to retaliate against him, but Profuse is down towards the one-shot, and now the 279s go across. Nico Heinz finally falls. That's Conan, the CS, actually to pick him up, but the cost from that was significant. Profuse is down, and there is triple 279 committed to trying and save Profuse, which arguably not worth it.
No, not at all. I mean, this bleed is so heavily. I think they bled like, what, 5k for this, and now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think these double Horis are aimed there. I think the Type 5 as well, so now they can't leave, and it's not looking great for Invil. 5k down as well.
Yeah, they tried to push across, right, to keep Profuse alive, but there's also something they don't have now, which is that 4-line building, and you know that 4-line building is pretty neat to have, right, to spot the airline crossing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can spot through the little gaps in the building. I mean, Evil on the A-line trying to peek on Kono and just taking a bunch of damage for it, and it's going from bad to worse, I feel, for Invil.
I mean, especially because the rotations here from Rix are good. I think they pulled the Dravets into 1-2 line, and I think they also pulled one of the E5s back into 1-2 line as well, so they're adding another layer there. Squeezy is close, and the 890 line is very little defended from... Oh, I took Squeeze down. It's very little defended from the side of Rix, which is perfect for this.
Yeah, I mean, Evil, I think, also peeking out. He got shot like 4 times, so they kind of know that they're going to be pushing the side, and Mentos taking a bunch of damage coming in, 1.5. He's going to have to stop behind and let everything else pass him, but I don't think it's going to go much better for the rest that are going to go past.
No, it's not, but they're all spotted. Let's see how it goes. Evalok and Liberty going into tank. The first volley. Barkis is the one to take it, though, from A1. There's 4 tanks. Laveliard actually ends up getting spotted out on the Dravet, but there's no real crossfire left anymore to make the shots. And Liberty gets the shield from Evalok. But we talked about this earlier. Really, I don't think this is adding anything for Rix, though. They're so far up that it won't matter, I am assuming. But you can see Liberty just dies in an instant. So instead of losing 1 i7, you just end up losing 2 i7s. In the middle, Orchek goes down. That's being cleared up by Rix, and Invil is pushing kind of into their debt, as they don't have the HP left and not the positions either. So it's only the small things, but for Rix, at least, you know, they're double i7 on the rock, I think, tried, tested, and not successful.
Yeah, I mean, at least now we know, don't put 2 i7s there, but yeah, Invil trying to push in, but I mean, the only hope for them was that they had double Type 5 out of the game, and, you know, that's like 7k health, but yeah, even still, just not enough health here for Invil to push through with these 260s. A bit too squishy, I feel. I feel like we've seen a lot more 260s than what we have seen before, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just Invil's bleeding heavily. I mean, this Prufus play was working out, but then Ice just goes behind him, makes him a one-shot. He tries to turn. They try and repush onto stopping Prufus from dying, and they just bleed like 7k for this. Yeah, I don't know. Not great.
Not great. And, of course, we gotta say that that puts Rix on a very important point.
Yeah, match point, and they're defending, or attacking, sorry.
Which is considered the better side, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. It seemed quite strange from Invil. Like, oh wow, lots of people missing IOS there, but yeah, it's quite strange, honestly. This Prufus going there. I mean, unluckily he missed, I think, 3 or 4 times onto Nico, but even still, I don't think it would have changed anything. Even still.
No. So far, Rix showing their teeth and making it hurt. They're up on match point. They're looking for one more. If they end up winning this round, that's coming up on Fisherman's Bay, they will be storming through the upper bracket, and that would be the first test for Invil, not successful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this new Invil, obviously quite new to playing with each other in a 15v15, so maybe some slight miscalls there, but I mean, you know, for me, I'd probably prefer Rix versus Clueless rather than Invil versus Clueless, but not looking that way at the moment.
Nothing to stand out on either team, right? I mean, 279. The ISET move with the 279 was a very good one against Profuse, though. That gave them a lot of HP.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, basically lost middle off of this for Invil, and yeah, I could never just really. I mean, it's very strange that they sent this much up, even though they know that they have triple Hori for this. and they have crossfire onto mid. They know the Ho-Ri's on the house on, was it A5, A6? They know probably there's going to be maybe one more and 1-2. They have the Type 5s in the city, so it seemed quite reckless to push up with 3-2-7-9 to try and kill Iset when you know he has people behind him covering him.
Yeah, that move.
A lot of damage as well.
That move was a very good one. Got a lot of damage out because of it. Maybe not his own damage, but supporting damage. And now Rix have it all in their own hands. Winning on this attack would secure them the upper bracket win, which would be a surprise. Invil was the favorite, of course, or is the favorite still.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, obviously, anything could happen still. It's pretty close. Just need one more win from Invil, and you're on match point on Himmel, and anything can happen on Himmel.
For sure. So, what do we think, Ian? Do we think Rix has it in them to close this out 4-2?
I feel like they do. I mean, this confidence is quite high. Quite a nice round to win. I hope they're not bringing, the German tank again. But you never know, I guess.
Saying this is a Schwertal angle?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe pushing City, I guess. But it's so big. I don't know. Guns poo as well. I don't know. Not enjoyable tank.
Curious to see. Would you also opt to play without EBR here?
Yeah, I mean, I still play with EBR, but I've seen a lot of teams and some other stuff that I've seen a lot of people not taking EBR on this map anymore. It's quite dangerous as well because a lot of people are just like aiming from A line, especially on North. They're just aiming for the EBR run on the mid, so just still dangerous bringing EBR because he might just die in the first 20 seconds.
I mean, it depends on who's playing your EBR, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I think I was watching Clueless for CTR, and the EBR and CTR just died in the first 10 seconds because Clueless just aimed for him. So, yeah. Maybe it'd be different if it was Kono playing it, for example.
Lineups though, Rix, double Hori, an E4, a type, double E5, triple 279, and the rest being 6 i7s.
Yeah, Painful taking this double CS again. These 5-279s, double 260, and the rest Travets.
Opening wise, Sios going spotting 1-2 line. He's only CS in the battles. He has a little bit of he's only CS in the battle versus no CS from Rix. So he has a little bit of freedom of where he can go in the beginning. Of course, he's not an EBR.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he probably will. He can't really stay there after maybe Rix push into this 1-2 line, but for now he's going to get the early spot off. I mean, 279's being pushed across by this other CS of Ios. I was like, no, sorry, Kono, and he does take one in return, but now this position for the 279 is very annoying to play against. But Rix have only one tank in mid, so yeah, I don't think they really care.
Very large presence here in the city, though. With Dravets is pushing up. Aka spotted out, takes one from Piotr. Mindbreaker is with him, and if Invil decides to commit here, they will find 2 kills, 3 if you conclude Iset relatively quickly, but they're not doing that just yet. They're holding their horses a little bit, but Nico Heinz and Beast very deep in 1-2 line. Baiting is Invil. They have a 260 and double CS. It's going to be a swing from both teams, right? Invil will push 9-0 line. It's happening right now. And Rix will push 1-2 line, but who is going to end up with the better trade out of this?
Yeah, I mean, Rix really have to repush mid at the same time because they're going to lose this K line, so they will pick up Akar and the 279 on the Rock of Mindbreaker, and it's going to force Rix into pushing this 1-2 and in the mid, but I mean, Invil will probably just rotate back towards the A line with their 260s and try and hold the mid.
In the meantime, though, like, Invil could have left 1-2 line, but they didn't do that. 260 stayed. That was Mentos. He's dead. The CS behind A1 is also dead. And the CS at A4, well, he's hightailing it out of there. Mindbreaker will fall. That's something we expected. I said as well. But in return, Rix is doing what you said. They're repushing the other side of the middle, right? Which was what they need to do. And they're going to continue down the A-line. And also, important factor, the second CS didn't make it past A4. He may have tried to hightail it, but he's hightailing it into the graveyard as he's dead. He didn't make it. I think that's his wreck there at the building at A5. And now this IS-7's pushing across. Evillock and Beast, they get a free hold down even.
Yeah, I mean, I think the CS got set on fire by one of the IS-7, so unlucky there. But I mean, just looks really nice for Rix. They will get this control over the city. These IS-7s are just better than this 260. I mean, they will take a lot of punish crossing over, but they will kill Pilter. Bartek taking a lot of punish as well, so it's looking pretty good for Rix, I would say.
Good traction there on Evillock. What can you say? Like, he gets tracked on the way down, and that gives them a lot of damage. Now Invil trying to repush this double, this group of tanks of Rix with the 279, the E4, and the I7 and the E5. The I7 goes down, which is expected. But in return, can Rix actually win? Can they put the crossfire back in towards the middle? They have one that is 6-0 line, kinda, but not fully still. They have to clean up a few more tanks, and in return, Invil trying to do everything they can to hold on to this battle. Liberty picks up Profuse, but Barkus, Rexon, and Franek in defensive positions, forcing these I7s to go all the way, but the middle is where the battle is slowing down. The HP, it's good for Invil, but the gun in the game is currently not. They're trying to do something about that, though, by shutting down Squeezy and Little, but in return, still plenty of low HPs on the Invil side, and it's really Rexar and Franek, that double Dravets that has the game in their hands, but what can they really do with just double Dravets on full HP that are not in the greatest positions either to do anything with? And one of them that was full HP is dead.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing probably going for Info is these double Ho Reeves, not really in the game fully yet, but yeah, these double Dravets will probably get caught out. Libby pushing across to Rexar, he will pick him up, and yeah, I mean, Franek trying to run away, but Orsek will probably die on this house as well eventually from the city, and it's just kind of falling apart maybe a little bit from Invil, but still to play for.
I mean, Nepal dead, Katsai dead, Itok's dead. Little bit to play for is just the honor. Yeah, this 1-2 bait from Invil, you know, like trying to keep some tanks there to force the push down, I think is what lost them the game in return. It's easier to say that in hindsight, but you know, they pick up 3 tanks on the 6-0 line, but they lose the same amount on 1-2, you know?
Yeah.
They even had a singular extra tank, I think. If Kono or whoever the second CS was makes it behind the A line, I think they actually hold that.
Yeah, if he manages to run to like A8 or something.
If they have some sort of a crossfire there, I think they hold it. Because right now they had none. Nobody was back early enough to take like A8 or something, you know?
Yeah, and he don't spot the cross as well on A4 or whatever to get like an early shot on them crossing. I mean, I feel like it would go a lot better for Info if they just pulled the trigger on the city. They just instantly pushed this. I mean,
they were missing so many things.
Yeah, I mean, don't know about the timing, but I thought the CS of was it IOS, whoever it was, going 1-2 would have seen this 1-2 pressure a lot earlier than what happened.
I think he got pressured off earlier. He got pressured off. Maybe spotted 2. Like I think they knew at best 5 tanks in total where they were.
Yeah.
So I think they were a little bit afraid of pulling the trigger, you know.
Yeah. I guess they didn't know how much was in mid either, to be fair. So because they have no ABR, so they had no idea how much was in mid, and you know the whole lot of rigs were 1-2, then they just didn't know. So unlucky, I guess, for Invil. But yeah, I mean, nice round from Rix, really good rotations, pushing this mid aggro, and then pushing across on the A line, catching out the 2 CSs on the CS, and then you go into these Dravics in the city, and yeah, it's a nice round from Rix.
Yeah, just an all-around solid round from Rix, and congratulations to them as well, you know, picking up this this win. An important one. Clownzik top damage there in the E5. Gets in his Dravets. But yeah, nonetheless, good job to Rix beating the favorites.
Yeah, you'd say so. And well, for me, I'm not so sure about Clueless having a good game against Invil, to be honest. Bit worried about my my friends, let's call them that.
Well, good stuff from Rix. I mean, didn't expect them to be winning in this early on, but Invil relegated to the lower bracket in that sense is fantastic for Rix. I mean, did they already secure they secured fists now, no? You win bronze.
Bronze, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're always
right? Yeah, bronze.
Yeah, I think you're always guaranteed at least bronze, so you know. The first bonus completed.
Yeah. One off. Now they need to go for the silver.
What are we taking away from this though?
I feel like Invil is probably weaker than we thought, I think.
Yeah, maybe so far Invil's not looking up to be just as I would have really expected them to be dominant, and they weren't. So yeah, indeed. However, they still have a chance to prove themselves in the lower bracket. They're going to be playing later on even. But when we come back, we have plenty more World of Tanks 15v15 action. But first, let's take away some replays. Apparently the replay button doesn't work. It's all good, guys. You know, you just
Smile
gotta
and wave.
sit here.
Smile and wave.
Sit here, and you gotta sit here and be like, "Is the replays?" Sometimes, you know, is the replays coming or not? Technical issues are part of the show, guys. Yeah, but at some point you have to make the conscious decision, like, it's not happening. Let's just.
We can talk for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, but like the takeaway, like I said, like, Invil isn't not as. Wait.
Hey.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown. We've replaced Ian with Zebas. What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. It was a good set of games to start off the night.
Anything that surprised you in the previous one?
My prediction was sadly incorrect.
Don't worry, you get used to it. Once you start doing predictions, you are more often wrong than right. That's the sad part about it. But that was match number 1. This is match number 2. It will decide who gets to play Rix as the first match tomorrow. It's Storm against FaZe. FaZe renamed Kylie previous tournament winners.
Yes, so we will see if it's just the rename or if they will also be slightly different in their gameplay today.
They're playing off against like some leftover from Invil with some added Polish additions. It's like the big shuffle there that happened. So Storm reunited as a team. What did you predict for Storm versus FaZe?
Storm versus FaZe, I predicted FaZe winning 4-3.
4-3. So it's like playing both sides. You know, you're not really sure who's gonna win, but you know, if you predict tiebreaker and you're right, it sounds fantastic. So, Chucky, captain of Storm, unbelievable. And you can see that's also an international roster, right? With Storm, they have a little bit of everything. You know, Baby playing from China, so that's like 200 ping master race. You know, the lag compensation goes pretty high, but then you have like some Polish players, you have some Czechs in there as well. Even some Ukrainian, German, so an international roster, which I'm not too sure how well it will do overall.
And over on FaZe, primarily Ukrainian with a mix of a few other nationalities as well.
Yeah, I mean their communication is a lot easier than Storm's communication. You know, it's very straightforward for them to play. Well, you know, that communication English, it's never as comfortable as speaking your mother tongue, right? Unless, of course, that's English.
Of course. Now for the community prediction, we see that FaZe is predicted to win 60% to 40%. Again, similar to my prediction where it's about a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, seems like the community, just like you, it's not entirely too certain that either team is going to be doing it too clean, which is kind of a surprise because, you know, like at the end of the day, FaZe won the previous 15v15, so you would maybe expect people to be a little bit more inclined to predict for them.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising, though we just saw how being heavily favored doesn't always work in your favor either, with Invil losing in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Invil losing in the first round, like it kind of just happened, you know, like it's weird to see them lose like that, but it is what it is. Between these two teams, though, we have Highway and Himmels banned by Storm and FaZe respectively. Gives us Sand River as first one, follow them to Live Oaks, and then the third map will be the same as we had in the previous matchup, which is Fisherman's Bay. We're starting it off a little bit different with Sand River and Live Oaks. Not that quick action like we saw on Cliff in the previous match.
Definitely. Though we do see Cliff as the tiebreaker. Cliff typically pretty 50-50 as a map, so it doesn't matter as much if you are defending or attacking.
Yeah, I did think Cliff is really the mapper. Like, if it's tiebreaker and they pick one side or the other, it's like, do you really care that much?
Yeah, not really in this case.
I mean, there's some other maps, you know, like Sand River. Sand River is a tough one, you know, to decide if you want to attack or defend, you know, because if you pick defense, you have time playing in your favor, right? Which is always kind of nice. But you also have to play from the western side.
Yeah, it's definitely the added challenge with the swap from standard, and maybe the positions are a little bit unfamiliar.
I feel like if there's going to be like a map where the real difference is made, it will be this Live Oaks pick. Because Live Oaks, it's a very hard map to play properly still from both sides, with the western side having like a lot of advantageous positions going its way. But if you're a good team, you can actually make something happen from that northeastern side. I don't really expect too much from the Sand River. I don't know why. Just kind of expecting like a slower start.
Yeah, for Sand River, I can totally see defense winning both sides if they're both slower games.
Kind of curious to see what meta we're gonna get between these two, right? Because if you want to play we saw it like in between Rix and Invil as well, these Redshire games where both teams were kind of pushing on the defensive side, which was interesting to see. Didn't end up working for either of them, so maybe between Storm and Face they'll have a better experience in that. But the downside, of course, with this Sun River defense, if you do decide to play it passive, it's like tried very many times and broken very many times as well. Usually gets stuck there on 1-2 line. Not always that great.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see anything unique tank pick wise? More Schwertwells?
They're going to bring back 2000 and what is it, 19 double Conqueror GC from the back lines and get overrun in the process. Those were the days.
Those were definitely the days.
I mean, I think we saw already not too long ago actually being played. Teams try it from time to time, it just doesn't really do enough damage for it. And that's not like okay, don't get me wrong, it's not like me saying Pathfinder or something, you know. But if we're a 50v15 game, it doesn't really do enough damage to make its pick worthwhile, because it can't really focus one target.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's only effective if tanks are grouped up. Also with the speed of the battles, it just doesn't have the time to do the damage necessary.
First battle on Sun River. Caster predictions indeed. Yeah, 4-2s across the board. Everybody going for... You've predicted 4-2? For Phase, I thought you said 4-3.
That's what I have in the spreadsheet.
I know, you did predict 4-3. See, that's handy. You get a second free prediction. You can just claim...
I did it better than Ian last time.
Exactly. You can just claim that was actually your prediction, you know? How would anybody know?
Exactly.
So, between these two, I need to check again. The loser of this plays against Nomi, right?
That is correct.
I mean, I feel like Invil has, you know, they may have lost against Rix, but, you know, Ian is not casting, so we can say this, but I feel like they definitely get the easier opponent playing against this gifted team. I mean, you know, some advanced heroes, I don't think it should be too hard for them.
Well, they'll definitely find out. So let's taking a look at the comp. Storm is bringing the Schwertwall, your favorite tank, some Javik, a Sturv, an EBR, and it looks like a K91 as well.
The Shredals again making its way back. I don't really know how much of a fan I am. What do you think personally of it? Like, I for one, not convinced, but
I'm definitely not convinced. It seems a little bit. I think unnecessary is the right word.
Especially on a map like Sun River as well, you know? Like, if you don't get the initial fight with it, it's just such a big tank, you know? It's like clumsy. Doesn't really fit the map, you know? It's like a BZ on Sun River. Works for one thing, but if it has to do something else, it's terrible. So they're going to be driving down. They dried out Riverbed with those Schwertals, but there's not really any opposition for them there. There's Paradise and Thunders in crossfire positions, but nothing to push over.
Nope, but meanwhile on the K line we see Face grouping up with all their fast heavies. It looks like they're already dumping over, taking the K line.
I mean, where are these Shredals really going to go? They're going to have to keep going on towards Thunders. Maybe he stayed a little long in that route. Flappy is waiting. He doesn't want to be the first one to go because of his HP being lower already. You can see their Shredals, you know, and this is also, it's the same as in the first battle. You see the boosters are so Oh no! Like it's 20 seconds, so they just keep going and going and going. Now Andrija is the first on the cross, but the damage taken is so high. The K-line pressure coming out now as well from FaZe. That's where Storm actually has a good amount of tanks still holding this. They do not have a terrible crossfire here, and they're doing quite a bit of damage as well. As Codex is already pretty low. Loop is also falling in that regard. They do have the numbers though from FaZe, but like I said, Storm is trading pretty well on this part of the map. Baby trying to shield Panzer Fury as well to try and maximize both of their damage, but there's just a little bit too many tanks to make that really happen. Still trying to shield Panzer Fury for his one extra shot. Okay, I mean, maybe at some point you would expect him just to give him up and use him as a shield, but like I said, Storm not trading badly on this part of the map, but the bigger problem for them is I think that group of Schwertals in, I don't even know where they are. They're on the 9 line now, one's at G8 and the other one's chilling at F7. So they're gonna lose this K line. And yeah, maybe I'm just a resident Shretal hater, but I feel like they have added absolutely nothing to the battle.
I concur there. I second your opinion. I think they're kind of just being tossed in there just to be unique. Also, it's not so much a group anymore. They definitely split up, and they're not really doing anything. As we see FaZe clean up in the south, only the CS remaining for Storm on the 1-2 line.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I understand the thought behind it. You know, like it has a lot of HP, big alpha. Maybe the gun's slightly less annoying than the BZ. Definitely has better armor, right, for these kind of fights. But still, like in terms of rotation, you could see them just get dragged out of place, out of position, and then picked off. So while they did trade okay for the K-line, we can't say that they didn't. I think, you know, they were doing good amount of damage. They just can't do anything else with those tanks. They can't win anything. It's too easy to outmaneuver them as well.
I think they might be beneficial on a more quarter type map with that very strong turret, but when driving across the open, especially with the rocket boosters where you can't reverse, you just get caught out.
Yeah, I don't know. It was good by FaZe, you know, like they didn't get caught in the middle. They did end up pushing the K-line and they did end up winning it, which was the most important part. So Storm had to win on a different part of the map and they couldn't do that. So they end up losing this first round, the defense as well. Of course, like I said, I think Sun River, you know, like the eastern side, it is quite a bit favored in terms of positions. So that would make sense. And maybe the Storm team is still kind of gelling together. But let's see. I mean, it's still early on, right? They lose this one, they may as well win the other one. Good start from FaZe. Have Lukin left to clean up. Purely like player-wise, this is definitely not a bad Storm team though.
Yep, I concur on that. One thing we can see with FaZe, though, is they did a very good job at keeping guns in the game. They have at least 5 one-shots, and depending on what kind of gun is shooting at them, there's actually more like 7 one-shots.
Yeah, we saw that as well from Invil, right? Yeah, especially the first cliff they played, keeping the guns in the game is very important. Especially when it's an annoying tank like a Dravets. If he's alive on a one-shot, it may take you 5 more shots to actually put him down, to actually get him out of the position. So for FaZe, I don't think they were sweating too much to actually be able to bring this home. It was a confident round. Nonetheless, and for Storm, this is a tactic in the bin.
Definitely gives some confidence to FaZe to start out. Storm needs to regroup. They definitely can. Best of 7, plenty more games to go.
Yeah, like I said, we don't want to read in. I don't think we want to read in too much into the first battle on Sun River here to see a trend. But you know, Rick's also really liked the Schwertal, and I can see it. But like, I think it also shows a lot, like that this map is a hard one for it when you look at the numbers that they put up. Like DJ and his Schwertal does 2k, which puts him like in the mid of his team, like literally in the middle. While Andrija, Flappy, and Splatty, I mean, 2 get 1 shot, the other one gets 2 shots. It's not really something to write home about, you know?
Not at all. I really do wonder what was being said on the comms for FaZe when they saw the Schwertwals going down the riverbed.
I mean, you know, even with boosters, they're not that fast, you know? Like, you can see them boost, and they're like, it's kind of moving at the same speed as a 60 TP before the nerf.
Yes, and that begs the question, why not just bring the 60 TP instead?
I don't know. I feel like I feel like for what they used it, they could have just bought a Dravet. Bought a Dravet or used a Dravet, you know?
Yes, for sure. I mean, they were trying to drive quickly down the riverbed, and well, it didn't go that quickly. And then with those rocket boosters, 2 of them getting caught out, they tried to reverse with the 1 kilometer reverse speed. Just didn't work out very well.
Yeah. That's the thing we saw this time around as well. Yeah, like when the Schwertal is like boosting, that's the most annoying. One of the most annoying things about playing the Schwertal is indeed that, you know, you want to peek something, but you're in your booster mode. You have like 5 seconds left, so if you peek, you know that you cannot get back around the corner. So what do? You wait for the booster to run out. And you could see that very well between like Flappy and I think Splatty were the 2 Schwertals there. They tried to, and then they wanted to go back, and at -1 kilometer per hour, I mean, you can go back. It just takes forever.
And both of them combined took about 1,000 damage while reversing, just because
It
they're
would
still
have-
in the open.
I think it would have been better if Flappy just bit the bullet and they crossed over at the first time instead of trying to rotate the HP in that scenario, you know?
That indecision definitely cost them a lot of hit points.
Let's see if FaZe decides to like. But so far, we've seen a lot of aggressive defenses. Nobody's really opted to sit back yet. Like in the previous matchup, either. Like we didn't really see anybody like try to play the defense.
Do we think this is just a generational thing to do with patience?
I don't know. Like it's maybe a trend for this tournament, you know, that people are trying to like, especially Redshire in the previous match. You know, like when I was watching the groups, a lot of teams were playing like this A1 to 9-0 line kind of split, like way more defensive. And now it's like they're trying to attack, and here Storm is trying to push as well on defense, which I think is very hard on Sound River to do properly, especially with a new team. You know, if it would be like an established team, it's a bit easier, you know, like everything goes a bit easier in a team that knows each other for a long time, no?
Oh, definitely. The timings, making sure that the tanks aren't too split. If tank takes a bunch of damage, shuffling it back smoothly and not running into the back of it, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you kind of know how the person next to you will react most of the time as well. Second battle of Sand River, and don't get it wrong. Right? It's a slight. It's Storm actually on the right, so they're still going for the Schwertals. Yet again, this time 5 of them instead of 4. A CS and STRV, and the rest Dravet.
Meanwhile, and FaZe on the left, again heavy in the Dravik, some BZs as well mixed in.
Yeah, I don't know. Like so far, it's. Let's see about these Schwertals. I feel like they make more sense for what they're doing now. Like on this K line for an initial fight, you know, why not? I could see it, right? Big HP, big alpha, quick at deleting stuff. I will say I'm not sure how it will play out later on in the battle, right? When it actually has to push across the open and it's likely to be out of boosters, because I guess they're using 2 boosters to get into position here.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You can see that Storm over here being very heavy in the south, while FaZe is kind of split all over. It'll be interesting to see if Storm notices this and reacts in time to push out the 1-2 line in the south.
FaZe backing off from 1-2 line with those 5 Dravets on hot retreat, taking some damage there. Now starting to push across that F line. With those BZs, they do spot out the STRV, but they haven't taken over 0 line yet. So it's kind of a hold. They're deciding to sit on 1-2 line with all of those tanks there. That's a big pocket at G1 and F1. What do we think about those positions, though?
Well, those Dravik and G1 are in a prime position to get crossfired by the Storm Dravik in the middle, and the Schwertwall will prevent them from pushing back into them on the 1-2 line.
Yeah, I would expect them to keep running, you know, and fall back into the traditional defense, I think you would call it. You know, more like C1, A1, and then take down 0 line. But now you can see, with not rotating, I mean, Godix and the BZ, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's still waiting for those 2 tanks from A0 to push down. That's that double I7. this BZ's taken a lot of damage because of the disconnect in speed between them and the i7, but the i7's now come in and we didn't see it. But there was a CS in the way of the i7, and when the i7 goes very fast downhill very quickly, the CS tends to go boom, which is exactly what happened over there, which is kind of an oversight, right, from Storm to let 4CB, you know, just sit there. Maybe a bit greedy?
Definitely greedy, and now they're losing the entire 9-0 line, and you can see them reacting on the 1-2 line. All their grouped up tanks are pushing into the Javik of Face.
The action unfolding because they are losing 9-0 line, but this time around, where before we could say the face tanks were in prime position to get crossfired, this push up here from Storm with all of these tanks is ideal for this G1 F1 resistance. They're just playing hold down, waiting for them to come in. The Schwertals are kind of leading the charge. They're trying to get something out here. They're picking up 1, 2 tanks out of this, but so far the damage they're taking in return is very, very high. Good kills still being made, keeping the gun alive. Manera pulling back, he will fall as well. It's, however, still 6,000 HP lead at this moment in time for FaZe. And I will say, though, Storm did a good job of what you mentioned last battle, keeping those one-shots alive. They have done a good job at that, which also results into them having a gun advantage right now. But they got to be careful with these peaks, though. Jacob and Twist, CBS, not the greatest move.
No, and that 6,000 hit point differential is very hard to claw back, even with a gun advantage.
Almost impossible. I mean, if they were slowly getting some crossfire onto F1, then maybe. But I guess with the fact that their base was being lost fully and the CS started capping, they felt the need to overpeak this middle, and we saw the result of that. Some shots coming back in from F1, a good kill from Flash as well in the Type 71. With that gun cooling mechanic probably or hopefully activated, is able to put him down. And this round, I think, more telling than the last for Storm. They have maybe a few issues they have to fix if they want to have a competitive match here.
Yes, definitely. And the Shortwall definitely did better this time. I still think it might have been a bit of a liability, just because you don't have the ability to rotate as well, and you definitely don't have the DPM either.
I'm trying to be open to it, but you know, I'm already kind of biased. You know, like I'm trying to be understanding, you know, in a way, like maybe my hatred for it is just outshining its usefulness. But so far, yeah, the second battle here, the problem is indeed, like, if you want to rotate these tanks back to base, you take forever with it compared to like a Dravets, right? And if you use your boosters, you take forever after. So you're kind of stuck with them where they are.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said at the beginning, I can see it more on a Himmelsdorf or another map like that, but on these open maps where you're not hull down trading, I don't see the usefulness of it.
No, but I mean, Live Oaks, actually, they could be picked on Live Oaks. I guess it would make sense for like a city fight, maybe a 9-0 line fight, even on Dravets. I could see the Shredtal being used for that. It would be fast enough, right?
It should be, though. We'll see. The heat shells trying to go through the Javik lower plate is sometimes iffy, and then you miss or bounce with high alpha. It's just a lot of damage going out the window.
That gun is just iffy in general. Like, it's not very enjoyable to play with. So FaZe wins this one. The HP at the end ended up being like relatively close, though, to be honest. But I think for Storm, right, I don't know if you agree, like, not watching the zero line at all when the BZs push across the middle, it's kind of normal for something to come out of zero line at some point. I felt like they gave that part of the map kind of easily to FaZe.
Yeah, and by giving that up to FaZe, they were forced into reacting on the other side of the map, and at that point, they were between a rock and a hard place. They needed to push just so that they wouldn't get flanked super quickly.
Top damage there for looking in the STRV, okay. But, you know, these Schwertals, again, DJ on the top, and then you're looking for the other ones. I mean, sure, Splatty, Panther Fury does them do more than some of their Dravets, but yeah, can't even blame the Schwertals that much. You're right on the point where, you know, they're forced to push this 1-2 line, and when they're forced to push 1-2 line, it's actually good for FaZe, right? Because they're receiving, so they're always going to do more damage on the approach unless their shooting is terrible.
Yeah, and with the Schwertwall, especially when they're pushing, there's definitely places you can shoot them. If they're sitting hull down, it's a challenge.
Challenge is an interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I would say it's definitely a challenge for its hold down. A challenge not to fall asleep when you're shooting HE at his turret, you know? But yeah, I mean, okay, 2-0 for FaZe. So far, not a great showing from Storm, though. They're going to have to do better if they want to have actual ambitions to win this tournament, because that's, at the end of the day, every team wants to win in the tournament, right?
Oh, the bragging rights, the prizing at the end. The goal is always to win. With Live Oaks coming up, they can potentially even swing it around, win both, but it will definitely be a challenge if they keep playing the way they have been.
I mean, again, FaZe is a good team, right? Don't take that away. But like this, especially the second round, it's kind of like I don't know if it should have been this. Like the game ended up being close, but I don't think it should have been this easy for FaZe to get Storm to make a bad commitment. You know?
Yeah, definitely. With FaZe, they essentially forced errors from Storm as opposed to trying to win the game. They forced errors and won because of that.
So we've had Sand River. We're going into Live Oaks now. I did not check, but I will to see who is attacking or defending first. So we will have Storm playing from side 2, which is the northeastern side, if I'm not mistaken. And that does mean that they get to play from the most advantageous... No, the weaker side. The weaker side, which is not always that great, but they're really convinced about the Schwertels, huh, Seabest? Very, very convinced.
Very convinced, and it seems in both matches today so far, one team has been convinced and the other one has not. And we see FaZe bringing more typical tanks, 279s, a bunch of Dravik.
So, split-wise, you can see one tank south, 279 to the building, a few tanks aim at the crossing, the rest going one to the line for FaZe, then return for Storm. Where they go, I can't see right now. So, they're also all going towards the city with the double STRV. We know that the double STRV will have limited impact, but they're using one to spot. Look at DJ. He's actually pretending to be a spotter, which means he can spot the south from there as well. So, using it as a more than a one-trick pony. And in return, both teams kind of challenging the city, but it doesn't look like a full commit from FaZe at all. You see that 3 to 5 tanks committing and Storm still covering.
Yeah, meanwhile, Storm is pushing hard with everything, and they're actually pushing right into those tanks that FaZe put on the 2-3 line.
Yeah, Storm using those Shredtals to push forward into that dip, while at the same time starting to take 1-2 line positions. These IS-7s very hold down. The question is, can they be crossfired? Abusing that 279, however, not the greatest position. Chucky going straight in, Chucky going straight down as well. Little premature, wants to make the commitment, all good and all, but very early is he in with his Shredtal. The Ram coming out from Splatty as well. I feel like he got tracked before he reached. He is not going to do too much better, and FaZe now using this as an opportunity to come back swinging in, reinforcing what seems to be the entirety of their team back down the one line in the trenches towards his teammates. These IS-7s in the pocket, they will not die, they will hold fast, and in return B1 being pressured by the Dravids, overrunning the Storm team, which is already down a few tanks, and of course the double SCRV currently not in the battle. The HP still within reasonable terms for both of these, but the gun in the game is going to swing very quickly the favor of FaZe as they come sweeping in, pick up baby Pip up Botsik, and now it's just that Schwertal party there in the dip they have to deal with. They got crossfire as well, and while the HP is close, gun in the game and positions I think Zbest are not.
No, unfortunately. Storm kind of mistimed their push with a couple tanks, a couple guns out of the game, and 2 Sturb right now are not doing that much. And these remaining tanks for Storm are just caught in a big crossfire, and that'll be the end of this battle here very shortly for Storm.
Yeah, I mean, the HP's been close this whole time, but of course, you know, like half of the Storm HP is currently located on SRVs. Well, of course, FaZe has an SRV, but he's at 300. Yeah, this push, you know, like, okay, you try to push, but Chucky's in very early, and then I feel like Splatty's pushing by himself.
Yeah, and that's 2 tanks down real quick. right off the bat for Storm, and it's very hard to win a push when you're down guns.
Yeah, it has to be like for this to work, I think it has to be a really precise push with like a good pressure at the same time from all angles, like over peaking, from that 2-3 line pocket, maybe even taking some initial damage, right, with those tanks, because they can go safe anyways, and then swing it in with the 2 line. But this was very disjointed from Storm, and this disconnect between the lines is going to result into a success for FaZe, more likely than not. I mean, I'd say it's unlikely that Storm comes back. There's an opportunity though. Oh, Flamesong getting spotted out in the open. Does make it back out, but only taking 2 shots. There's a lot of low HPs on Storm's side. Let's say a miracle does happen. The problem is that 4CB is so far behind enemy lines. It's starting to get shot at as well. He has to kill Dopadipa and survive, which, I mean, it's possible, right?
It is definitely possible, but the Sturv, both of them need to get set up sooner rather than later, because if they're just driving around backwards like this, they're not going to do any damage, and, well, FaZe will take stronger positions.
If somehow 4CB was able to kill the SCRV and stay alive, then I would have started believing, Maybe, but he would need to kill him and survive. It would be near impossible, to be honest, either way. I don't think FaZe is gonna let it go. Flamesong has to face against the Dravets. Doesn't get put on fire. 338 criminal, to be honest. If you're Thunders, you want a refund in that shell. Now he's gonna take a little bit longer to kill Flamesong. Now he rolls 497, but that doesn't matter because he rolled so low on the first one. We'll pick him off in the end, and it will be 3-0 for FaZe. This is a tough battle if you're Storm.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility of stress and kind of discord going on inside the comms at this point, especially when down 3-0. There's always a chance they still have the ability to come back, but it is definitely going to be a challenge. And FaZe is playing very well.
Yeah. No, FaZe is doing well. They're sitting in the right positions, holding, waiting, going for Storm. And I think if Storm makes a good push, they can maybe crack open this layer. But the way that they try to execute it is just not good enough. Can't expect.
Definitely not good enough.
I mean, with 2 guns down, what can you really? 2 guns and 2 STRVs.
Oh, in essence, that's 4 guns down. And yeah, I mean, look at what point we're at. It's 3-0.
I mean, I'm not even going to say anything about the Shredtals. I think it's a great tank, to be honest. I think they should keep picking it. It's great. I think it's fantastic. Just a great tank. Yeah, let's go Shredtal.
I mean, slowly but surely, they're going to make you a believer.
Yeah, I just feel like consistently I'm seeing Shredtals all the way on the bottom, right? I feel like there's one consistent thing about it is that it's not doing much. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's the tank, or maybe it's the people on the tank.
In this case, I think I'm going to lean towards it being the tank and not the players.
Yes, I would agree. Well, there's not much good going on for Storm right now, to be honest. I expected a bit more from them. Positive points for Storm potentially. It's 3-0, so it's over soon if they continue like this. It's really, they're only 5 minutes away from forgetting that this match ever happened, if they want it to be that way. And they're playing from the better side on Live Oaks. I think those are the 2 positives.
Oh, those are the 2 positives, and I can always toss another one in there that they're not completely out of it if they lose this next battle. They'll have the opportunity to come through the lower bracket.
Exactly. And if they lose there, they only have to lose 3 times to be out instead of 4 times because it's the best of 5. So they might be done even sooner. Might be home just in time for supper.
Now, there might be some magic going on because my prediction seems to have changed in the bottom to what it was.
Yeah, it's not really getting much. Initially. It's not really getting much better, though, is it? I feel like 4-2 was a better prediction.
Yeah.
I'm still, I'm I'm chilling right now. You know, Storm wins this battle from the good side on Live Oaks, and then loses after, and you know, I'm good.
Oh, if they win this and we keep going, which map do we go to?
Fisherman's Bay.
At Fisherman's Bay. I feel like that's kind of coded to being a 1-1 map. It's very hard to win both.
Yeah, especially because the defense is pretty hard on it, to be honest. Especially for like less experienced teams of playing together. It's just a kind of a hard side. So they would be playing. Storm would be playing defense first. It lines up perfectly. You know, Storm wins this, loses the next. We clock in a good prediction and move on to the next one.
Yes, but if we look at it very optimistically, if they win this one on Live Oaks, they win the defense, they'll have the momentum on their side to potentially win the harder attack.
I mean, I'm glad that you still have a lot of confidence in the team, that it's currently 3-0 down. And unbelievable enough, after 3 consecutive defeats, Storm has abandoned the Schwertal altogether. It's crazy. It's beautiful to see almost.
Maybe this is what turns it around for them.
This
Maybe
is
they
where
do a reverse sweep.
Imagine now they just get owned, you know? Like not just like a little bit, but like 15-0, like owned. And they're like, see, we should have respect the Schwertals, man.
We'll find out momentarily.
I mean, I feel like maybe there's a restart. Could be that there's a restart. Okay. I think they're not allowed to change the lineups anymore, if I'm not mistaken. So they ended up changing it up, which I'm kind of a fan of. We see the K91. We haven't seen it that much yet. I feel like I like the STRV more for 15v15. What do you think?
I mean, the K91 has the flexibility of a turret, has the DPM, but the Sturv just has such good accuracy and pen that, especially at range, has the consistency to do damage. I feel like the K91, a lot of damage kind of misses. It either goes into the tracks, goes wide right.
The gun, right? The gun, sniping with the K91 never felt so comfortable compared to like an STRV.
No, it never did, even though that's definitely the strength of that tank.
Yeah, and I feel like even after it got buffed, like it got a crazy buff. Like really a crazy buff in terms of everything. And you still don't really see it, you know, being played all that much. It's very hard to make that... like you can have like 10,000 DPM, but to make that 10,000 DPM work, it's extremely difficult.
Especially because of the funky gun depression that you have on it. The Sturv can take a position, same gun depression all the way around. K91 takes the same position. You actually have to break camo, move the tank around to make sure that you always have the shots.
You have to think. That's awful. You know, I just don't like it when I have to think in my sniping tank. You know, I just want to drive to a position and shoot.
Yes, that is definitely the challenge of the K91. And you have to switch ammo too. Depending on what you're shooting at, you want to switch between APCR and heat. Sturv again, you can just brain off and keep the APCR loaded.
Exactly, that's so much more chill, no? Brain off and shoot. That's my favorite part about playing 15v15, you know? Now I just have to sit and shoot, you know? It's fantastic. If you have to actually drive and listen, there's too many potentials to make mistakes. That's why the life of an STRV player is much more comfortable. Unless
you decide to go scouting it.
I did that a few times actually in the group stage, and Ferret was not that happy. I don't know why. I was you know what it's called? Limit testing.
Yes. Well, looks like we're going to have Storm with majority of the forces in the city. No Schwertwals this time. However, FaZe is splitting, and they will not have a majority of their forces in the city.
Storm actually committing, like unlike FaZe, right? We saw FaZe just do it with like a limited group. Storm went with a big group. Now they're committing deep. They could actually catch some tanks here, potentially. Codex and Mary are going under. In the meantime, but Loop's position, not fantastic. And I don't think Codex and Mary are not that... They're kind of late.
Definitely, and now they have tanks in front of them and behind them. And just like that, 2,300 to Mary.
Yeah, and Codex is going to have to stop, I think, on that first building. Mary goes down. That's the problem with going under late, right? It's very hard to do successfully. And Codex is dead as well. And the script, I couldn't have written it better. Splatty with a bit of an overpeak there, taking some damage, a bit much. But didn't need to do that. But it's not just that. You lose Goddix, you lose Mary, you're losing more here in the second loop. Committed forward with the Dravits is going to die as well. And gun in the game, we talked about it a lot already today. I think it's a factor that's starting to play into this one already, as FaZe is down 3 guns at this moment in time. They're now pushed back on towards that outside, and now I think is Storm's moment to really try to press their advantage, because where they're sitting now with these tanks, it's not the right move. Sitting on the outside, you could see the crossfire coming in from the south. I don't know how many tanks are currently parked there shooting. They're going the wrong side altogether. They're getting blasted on the outside by that group of resistance in the southern part of the map that could just do that unscathed. Chucky goes down, Baby and Panzer Fury are dying as well, and where Storm wanted to make the moves in the previous battles, this time around they're just sitting, and this sitting is what's gonna kill them. They had to swing from where Jacob is as a group of tanks, or pull back, one of the two, but going under at that moment in time is a death sentence, and you can see the result of that. It's just a farm for the FaZe guys. They hit Storm completely with a sucker punch, putting them on their backs, and just as quickly as they were leading the game, they're now losing the game.
Yeah, the HP was even all the way up until they decided to go on the outside. I don't think they realized how many tanks were in the south. They were trying to avoid the 2 Dravik and A7, and, well, it was the game-defining decision right there. They lost 10,000 hit points in the course of about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was just a really tough round. I think, you know, it would be hard for them to push. Okay, 2 things. I don't think they needed to push there, where they were. Like, I don't think they needed to go that far. You got 2 free kills, right? You have 2 free kills. Under is clear. There's no pressure on you. Loop on that building, a B5 will die. So you get 3 kills, right? And you have freedom of rotation across the 1 line. I don't think you need to commit that deep. 2, if you do commit that deep, I think you have to swing A line and B line and pressure them back from C6 so you can shoot them from D2 from that hill area, right? And push A line at the same time is your commitment. But when you go under to get shot by the south, I think that's the worst move they could have made.
Definitely. I mean, there's still 6.5 minutes left when we finish this battle. They had plenty of time to put strong hold positions and rotate south and try to do the same thing they did in the north. Pick a few tanks and then prepare for the push or the re-push that FaZe would have had in the north.
Yeah, it's just a weird move from Storm. Like, I think it makes sense if you keep pushing and you want to overwhelm. It just doesn't make sense if you sit there. And it makes even less sense if you swing low. I think the best move for them is to kill the 2 tanks going under, kill the guy at the building, and just take a bunch of tanks and re-push down the 1 line. Because FaZe has to do something. They can't really sit on that like that position. It was like the C6 hill. If you start retaking south, which you can do, those tanks are crossfired rather easily. And you were up 3 guns. Like, that should be like a low pressure situation. This was really tough from Storm. They're gonna have to do a lot better if they want to beat even Nomi, to be honest.
Definitely. And, well, they won't have that much time to regroup, though they have the chance, and they have the chance to win in the lower bracket.
Yes, but if they play like this in the lower bracket, it's going to be very hard for them, to be honest. Like, this was not a good performance from Storm. It was a good performance from FaZe, who I feel like in this last battle didn't have to do too much to win the battle. But before before that one, the previous 3, they did a really good job. They're going to be waiting until tomorrow to face off against Rix in the upper bracket finals. So they've secured at least 3rd place. And they're going to be waiting to see. And if everything goes the way it's expected, I mean, I guess we expect Invil to beat Clueless and Storm still to beat Nomi, right?
That's definitely the expectation, though we will find out. The teams are definitely playing slightly different than we expected, so anything can happen.
I mean, anything can happen. Will it happen? We will have to find out after some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, here we go again. Now the knowledgeable casters are here. Ian, what do you think about the last game? 4-0? Yeah, I mean, we all kind of expect this to go a bit more towards the end of the match, maybe even a tiebreaker. I saw some of the predictions, but pretty one-sided game. I mean, maybe they're saving their good strategies for the important matches against Nomi in the lower bracket, but those are not the teams that we are watching now. Ian, Clueless against Invil. What do we think?
I think it's a Clueless win. It's got it written all over it, I think.
Okay, I mean, Invil already on a loss streak here, winning. Not at all. First game was, I don't know, I felt like we hyped them up quite a lot and then they kind of like had a fairly underwhelming performance. I mean, when it comes to their names, like it's like half of the team is the Mafia team, OLS team, and then the other one is the W team. And then you have this very interesting mix of EU and even NA players here. Yeah, Clueless is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of the old 7v7 team here, obviously, and some NA guys and some random pickups, I think, from the rest of the EU region, basically. So, yeah, it's a nice team anyway. I like it.
Yeah, I think 30% is definitely showing some respect to the team. I saw there were a bunch of people from the own team voting in their favor as well, but that's obviously allowed. They are part of the community. How do you feel about this switch up now of Invil, like not really a position that they're usually in, having to play from the lower bracket immediately?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's favorable for them. I think they prefer to not play as many games, obviously, as well. It's much more helpful only playing basically 2 to get into the final. Don't have to show strats, don't have to make more strats as well to not play the same things. So, yeah, obviously, Invil don't want to be in this position, but they've got to work with what they've got.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the cards that they dealt themselves, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's quickly talk about the maps. Obviously, this is best of 5, so a bunch of bans at the beginning. No Redshire. I mean, after what I've seen Invil do on Redshire, I'm not sure if that is such an important ban. But yeah, Highway banned, Cliff banned. I think Invil ban on Fisherman's Bay is also something that's like maybe they just don't want to play it a second time. And then we have Sand River and Proco as our first maps. How do we feel about those?
Yeah, from what I know, Clueless trained Sand River previously against, I think, FaZe it was a few days ago. So obviously that's kind of their preferred map. And I do think it's a good map. I mean, most of the time you'd say it's a 1-1 kind of map and kind of the same with Proco, really. You'd expect 1-1. So yeah, I mean, I think it's decent maps.
Okay, so they go 1-1 on both Sand River and Prokhorovka, and we know that Invil is bad at Live Oaks. Is that the strategy for today?
Yeah. I mean, I think I predicted 3-1 Clueless, so I think Clueless will win Sand River 2-0, and then 1-1 Proco.
Okay, perfect. I will write that down, tell it to the script makers, and you guys can already tune in for the next match. We'll have half an hour break to evaluate how that went here. Jokes aside, I think we actually had a match between Storm and Invil, which ended up being a 2-0 on the first map, 2-0 on the second map, and 2-0 on the third map. And if I remember correctly, Invil was the team that lost 2-0 on Live Oaks. So after we've seen Storm playing on Live Oaks to, I mean, let's call it a minimal success, or like yeah, I mean, not the greatest performance. And if Storm plays like this, and they won 2-0 against Invil on Live Oaks, then maybe Clueless has a chance if it should go to the tiebreaker.
I mean, Invo used to ban Live Oaks for a long time, right? And then they suddenly decided to stop playing it again. So, I mean, probably the weakest map if you had to want to pick one, maybe. But obviously, still, it is Invil, so you'd kind of expect them to be playing well on it. So it's going to be hard for Clueless, no matter what map.
Yeah, but before that, we obviously have to get there. We are starting off on the dunes of Sand River, and I guess quick look at the caster prediction. Ian obviously siding with his buddies 3-1. Pretty one-sided 3-0 there, both for Ducky and Sebest. I went with 3-1. Just giving some respect to Clueless, and Invil has to maybe show a bit more to get a better prediction. And do you think that there is still, like, meta-wise, something that needs to be determined here on this map?
I mean, hopefully no team's bringing the German behemoths anymore, because didn't go well every single time that we've seen them. But I do think most people are just playing Travix, really. I mean, some people pick 60 DPs to go K-line, some people pick, Type 71 even, but yeah, I mean, Invil taking 2 Swordsfells though.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of IS-7s coming in from Clueless, together with, I think, 6 Dravex, a Hori, no light tank, and 1 CS, and on the other side there's the combination of CS and STRV, double IS-7, a bunch of Dravex, and 2 of the Schwertwals. Do you know that the Schwertwal is actually, like during Second World War, end of Second World War, there was a German project which had exactly that name, but it was not a tank, it was a submarine.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a 2-torpedo submarine that was in like the earlier development stages, and at 1945 this project was basically abandoned. The British Navy confiscated all the plans and supposedly evaluated them, but nothing really came out from that in the end.
Right,
yeah.
We're not seeing it in World of Warships anytime soon.
First shots are being traded, and it looks like the Hori was able to put one good shot into the Dravek. And yeah,
I mean, what about these I7s in F3?
Yeah,
I feel like they're a bit...
I feel like this is like a position that you can play at the beginning, to punish the cross on J7. But yeah, I mean, they, I guess, overstayed a bit, and then didn't really make anything out of that position. We can see the 2 Schwertwal players, Profuse and Katsai, now moving up. I mean, if you translate the tank itself, it basically translates to sword whale, so it's basically an orca.
Oh, okay.
So maybe not their favorite map then. There's a lot of sand here, not a lot of water.
Yeah. I'm still worried about these IS-7s. They're just kind of spotted, as well as the north. I mean, this IS-7 as well. Kayaklu is also kind of, I feel like, killable from the mid as well, so I'm getting a little worried. I mean, there's the first shots coming in from Bartek, and these 2 I7s as well, now leaving the E3 position, and they're just getting punished for this.
That is very expensive. You can see good shots there flying in from Kono. We have to keep in mind, Invil is on the attacking side, so there is at least time-wise a bit of pressure for them. The push is now coming. Clueless moving forward with a bunch of Dravek and IS-7. Let's see if they can catch some fish here.
They will catch the double swords. Well, I mean, they will catch them, but the bleed is just so heavy. I don't think this move was needed necessarily. Skilldogs will go down. Boba misses his shot on Profuse now, and Profuse will go down, and now Ketsai is next. But I mean, these positions on K-line, it's going to be so hard to push into.
Yeah, I mean, there was decent punishment from Invil. They're still up like 5k HP. But obviously the push has not ended yet. The second wave of the push is coming. Piotr in a heap of trouble, but there is a lot of crossfire there. You can see Yusik, Ayos, Franik, everyone helping out. Piotr drops pretty late, to be honest. Now the focus fire needs to be on point. External there on 700 HP, and a couple of strugglers there coming in now step by step. But the HP advantage now 10k up, and the guns are falling left, right, center.
Yeah, I mean, this push of on the K line just looked like it was destined to fail. I really don't understand why they thought they needed to. Maybe they were just pressured by Kaya Clue kind of dying on the outside, and then these double I7s on, E3 kind of just, bleeding heavily, and they thought they were needed to push into this, but it's just always really hard to push into this K line hold.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the IS-7s, they're still in the back. They kind of weren't able to share HP. Obviously also not the greatest tank for sniping. Nice extra action there by Kono, jumping over the dune and on top of the opponent. But yeah, a good round from Invil. I would say, like, I agree with your sentiment that it was more Clueless making the mistakes and Invil just having to, like, react to it, than Invil actually doing like some proactive, decisive move. But they used their 2 German heavy tanks pretty well, and even though those are the 2 tanks that got destroyed, I think it was a good sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the tanks you'll probably want to sacrifice instead of Dravits, and I'm just really confused by the strat. Clueless did a really good opener. They bled Invil like 3k going into the K line, but then it just all fell apart with the people in the mid getting kind of spotted and crossfired, and then Kai Clue also kind of dying in that position because he has to go there to kind of spot the K line, so we can spot what's coming to the K line early. But it just kind of fell apart really for Clueless, and yeah, a bit worrying.
No, I mean, on the other hand, they will obviously switch to the other side now. Invil had side selection, if I remember correctly. So we'll have to see if they can maybe do what you suggested, get at least a 1-1. But your 2-0 Sand River prediction is kind of going down the drain. Taking a look at the German tanks, we can see Katsai doing 3 shots of damage, Profuse doing 2. And I guess, like, if you're in the position where you have the first shot reloaded already and you have a good alpha damage, then you just need to have like 1 or 2 more reloads to at least deal, this like minimum amount of damage for like the tank that you sacrifice. And then on the other side, like, take a look at how many tanks there were not even at 1k damage. It's like 6 of them with sub 1k damage.
Yeah, not great. Obviously, you're going to do less damage when you're pressuring in. Normally, you were going to lose. I think they lost like 2 or 3 guns before they even got into Profuse and Getsai. But yeah, I mean, just not great damage. But I mean, Deji doing a lot here. Nice overpeaks, or getting a lot of people overpeaking onto the push. But I mean, the damage is not great when you can't secure any kills.
No, and I mean, I think two of those shots were also basically when the match was over already.
Yeah.
So obviously it's nice to be the STRV or Hori that is at the very end of the game still getting some extra damage in, but it will not save the round anymore. I have to say this was obviously just 1 round, but if you're on Sand River, then you really need to get the 2nd round, because going into Prokhorovka next, it's unlikely that you can just get a 2-0 there against Invil and secure a tiebreaker if you lose 0-2 on Sand River, right?
Yeah, I mean, Clueless really needs to secure this round. Obviously, the better side on Sand River, attacking side. So they should really get this victory if they want to see this match out. But if going 2-0 down onto Brocco, I don't know if they're attacking or defending on first.
I think Invil picked it, so I would assume that Clueless picked defense first.
Yeah, so I mean, if you can win there on the defense and it becomes 2-1, then anything could happen on the attack.
Yeah, let's see, and let's also see if they are switching up their lineups, because we saw a bunch of players picking the German tanks, but yeah, like 2 E5s now on the set of Clueless. Interesting. Peter and the Mouse, that sometimes is even there for a shield, like the Jagdpanzer E100 was used back in the time when the cap was protected with a shield. A bunch of switch ups there with the medium tanks. We have a K91 this time, but no light tanks. Interesting choice. Do you think on 15 versus 15 the light tank is just kind of replaced by CS? Is this like this meta?
I mean, they have different uses. I mean, EBR is very annoying in the end game compared to a CS, but I mean, CS is just so much more DPM, so much more health. I mean, we'll have to see. Maybe in the next update, maybe people start taking Tessacks or Sheridans just because of the health buff. We'll have to see. But I mean, for now, I mean, Mouse is going mid to be, I guess, a delay for any mid pushes. E5s are sniping K-line if there's a full K-line push, and K-line just being taken by Clueless.
Yeah, I guess it's also interesting to see that while obviously one of the most popular tanks in when it comes to light tanks in Onslaught is the RHM, just because of the playing ability, the good gun. We will likely not see a single one of that in Clan Showdown.
No, probably not. I mean, some people took it on. I mean, maybe not in the playoff, but I know some people took it on sometimes on Cliff just to be a bit faster than a CS to try and block them going up the hill. But
you mean like to kind of like sacrifice it and
yeah, to like block the road up the hill.
I mean, I remember like back in the time that was a thing you could do on mines with a Sheridan. You basically just took the HE gun, made sure that you got like 1,000 damage with HE and a bit of RAM. And then you just block the ramp.
Yeah,
but,
it can work.
Yeah, from the initial positions, I guess we have not that much to talk about. Like, I mean, the STV, fairly standard, I would say, covering there on the elevated F8 position. A similar situation on E4. I think that STV could, in theory, move later to, depending on how the game develops, to either D2 or F1. The E5 and the mouse, I guess that is good if you expect a push through the water. It was Storm that applied this push fairly recklessly, I would say, with the Schwertwall through G1. Good damage there onto Ayas. I mean, Live also taking a bunch of damage in return. I guess both Swedish players are on the receiving end. But yeah, K91 on 700 is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, Stiparak looks to be pushing up, maybe to try and proxy him, but he should not really be killable from there. Unless you put something into the K-line, you can shoot down a house, and then you can actually see him leaving. But I was trying to leave. He's unspotted, though, so he should make it out. I mean, Liv taking that much damage is not what you want to see in your E5.
Yeah. I mean, there are some positive traits as well into the other direction. Orzish lost a bit of HP, Cliff lost at least one shot of HP, I guess. So it's not too bad. Invil is down roughly 2.5k, 3k maybe. But as we mentioned, obviously Invil is defending, so the pressure is on Clueless.
I'm never worried about this traffic in mid going quite far. Look, I think they still think Ios is still around in the mid, but I mean, at some point, Clueless are going to have to stop pushing something. It's 4 minutes left, so I mean, still plenty of time to think about what you want to do. But I mean, they're not rotating anything out towards the north, so you kind of guess they want to push out the K line.
No, and as we saw, the mouse got spotted as well just a moment ago. So the double E5 took damage earlier. The mouse is known. Most of the positions should be pretty straightforward to understand now from Invil. Like, they know that there are a couple of heavy tanks on this like GH middle position. I think the STRV will definitely have done a shot of damage here or there, or at least like tried to. So the information should be pretty straightforward where he is. I don't expect Invil to push because, you know, they don't have to, and they have an STRV and a K91 that don't want to push. So I think Invil is in a decent position, even though they're down roughly 2k HP.
Yeah, I do think Invil are doing quite well at the moment. I mean, I think if Clueless do want to push this K line, they kind of need to bring this E5 that's sniping on the H7. And they just need to put him on the K line just to have more tanks there, because this push is quite painful, especially if you're pushing into the German tanks. But I mean, you're just going to hope that you have more in the game than what Invil has. You're going to guess that they have something in the north, maybe two. But I mean, it looks like Invil are predicting this and rotating the Kennedy one and Dravik, or at least the Dravik towards the K line, or both of them even. So
I guess one thing that would be like at least one positive thing to say is that, I mean, it's still 4 and a bit minutes, and in theory, Clueless would be able to retreat most their tanks unspotted. So if they really want to do something like, I don't know, like, you know, like a whole north rotation, if it's not maybe even too late for that now, they could escape there unspotted. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. They're very hesitant, and the time is ticking against them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they could have done this move 2 minutes ago, and then they don't have to worry about the 2 Travets that just have come from the A1 and in the base. So like now it's just an even fight basically on the K line, and I mean, you would think Invil would win this with equal guns.
No, I mean, we can see the armor of the German Orcar is holding up there. Profuse bouncing another shot. Now the push is coming in. Important is obviously not just the HP. We'll also have to track the guns in the game. So far, everyone is alive. The HP advantage of Clueless is more or less used. They have to really make sure that they can eliminate some guns, because more or less everyone from Invil will be in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised they're keeping so much on, you know, K4. They have 3 Draviks there still. You need all of your team to basically, if you want to push this, just to have overwhelming numbers. Or Invil will just re-push back into this position with all the German and I7, and they will just hold it there. So, I mean, they eventually now are coming in, but it's 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. They need to start getting on with it.
Yeah, the push is now coming. You can see 2.5 minutes and both sides colliding there. HP's still pretty much even, 30 to 30. Catset should be the first one to be focused out. Good focus fire there. Some fire as well immediately from Clove onto Y Mumbai, who is now on 600 HP. A blow up as well in the midst of all of that. The tower falling on top of Ayos, I think, so he could be the next one to fall, but Invil is holding strong. They only lost 2 tanks so far, 2 of their one-shots being shielded, maybe putting out another shot here or there. It's not lost yet, but the guns are dwindling and they still need to push. It's less than 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, Clueless not really getting Proof-Foos. They're going to get Pilter probably down in some moment, but I mean, they just kept so much on the top side that they needed more on this lower side to push, get some more guns and get maybe to turn their turrets around. But Invil are just, yeah, they just re-pushed into this hold, like I said, and I mean, now they just have no positions. Xeno will go down probably next if this little hold down that he has, Tom as well, and it's just gonna fall apart, I think. This Mouse in the mid as well as the Stiparek as well were just completely out of the game and just pointless, really.
Yeah, and now we can see the hold-on positions here really well used by Profuse, by Mentos, all those like dunes being really essential to their defense. And I mean, as we tend to say, the mop-up operation has started. Invil has more or less wrapped up the game. I think it was just a bit too much waiting, maybe like they were too hesitant on like getting into the fight, and I'm not sure if it would have worked if they would have pushed at the beginning, but I think the waiting didn't really help them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they rotated this, you know, E5 and the Dravik and everything to the K line, you know, a few minutes earlier, before Invil got this double Dravik back onto the K line, or like J1, I think they were hiding, or H1, it could have been possible with the 2 guns up. But, you know, you might win that because they don't have more tanks to re-push into you. But yeah, I mean, I saw this a lot from when Clueless were playing the group stage. They were just quite slow at times. Like, they were leaving games to the very last few minutes. I mean, I think on Miro, there was like one game that they attacked and they had 2 minutes, like 3 minutes left to push in. And it's just like, just need to be a little faster. It's looking like, what was that team? Aurora almost looked like them. They just took their time to do some stuff, but in the end, they were just forced to do something on the clock. And yeah, pushing into this fully set up Invil team.
Do you think RT is a reasonable choice if you want to play that slowly?
I mean, it could be against like this San River kind of hold. It can work, especially, you know, you you're basically in a splash 3 tanks every single time in this little hole. So it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just thinking, like, if I would have to play, I would
You're not
see
gonna-
myself there in the T92. You know, like.
I mean, there might be a place for you. You know.
If there's shortage in Clueless, I would be happy to, you know, on the laptop on the side, you know, press the button here or there, and
You can give live intro.
yeah, I mean, like, obviously I have a good overview on all their positions then as well. I can even cast while playing Artie. It's actually not really a problem.
Yeah, true.
With that being said and done, I mean, you can see 15k damage difference is quite
That's the
significant in the end.
I think that's the old score. That you was not playing ORE.
Yeah, it was, but
I don't think there'd be anything standing out. To be fair, it's no TDs that were farming anywhere. So
yeah, I mean,
just
with
a
that.
group game.
Yeah, with that double Speertwall combination there from Profuse and Ketzai, I think it was just a matter of like too much HP, too nicely put hull down, and then shielding each other. I think you mentioned it as well. It's like Profuse survived with like what 100 HP or something, and maybe did like 2 extra shots of damage and bounced a bunch as well.
Yeah.
Prokhorovka, next map. Potentially the last map for Clueless in this tournament.
Potentially.
I would expect they start on the defense, and then we'll have to see. I watched some games in the group stage, and I saw some very interesting pushes, to call it like that. I think we will see some light tanks on top.
I think we'll see maybe 1 or 2 EBRs, yeah. I mean, it depends. Maybe Invil, they have done in the past no EBRs and just fully pushed something, so it is possible. But, yeah, I mean, Clueless probably are defending, so you'd think Invil will take at least 1 to try and spot whatever's coming towards them.
Yeah. When it comes to different tanks, obviously, the community prediction being shown again. Yours is already in shambles. Do you feel like Tier 11 has enough tanks nowadays, especially now with a bunch of extra tanks coming in update 2.4, that it would be worth considering playing a Clown Showdown on Tier 11?
I think it's worth considering. I think it gets up to 27 Tier 11s or something, 28, something like this. So I do think it's worth maybe a test or something like it, because it could be interesting, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I think with the addition of a bunch of those higher penetration tank destroyers and stuff like this as well, we have maybe like a bit more means to deal with Taschenhatter as well. Like we have the PZT, we have the Gorilla. So
I know. I mean, I'm thinking about Himmel at the moment, and I'm thinking 15 Taschenratters if you're south, like what Kylie did with the Type 5s, and that would be not very fun if you don't have any TDs to kind of alpha damage them out.
No. Talking about TDs, there are 3 Badgers for Clueless. I have the slight suspicion that they are on the defending side there. Double mouse, a bunch of Dravek, K91 as well. And yeah, as expected, the Badgers are defending. Invil with double EBR. How do you feel about that? I think that's a pretty solid choice.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you don't need as many, though, because there's going to be nothing, well, I mean, there's probably not going to be an STRV and A1 for Clueless. There's going to be a Badger, most likely, by the looks of it, so probably won't need as many EBRs. But I mean, this EBR is so aggressive on the 9-0, spotting out everything off Clueless's side, and going mid for Mord is, I feel like, not necessary for this.
Oh, look at Ayos. Ayos will make it into the bush line.
Oh my god, Kono. This is incredible.
So, yeah, the main question is basically what is going to happen around the EBR of Marura now, because if he catches a couple of shots, he's pretty much in the open. Obviously, Kono, if he gets spotted, is in the same situation. Decent damage there coming onto the defending tanks of Clueless, but we'll have to see if this is enough tanks that crossed here to fight the Dravek and the Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the worst thing for Clueless, because Invil have pushed down the 9-0, well, 8-9 line so early, there's nothing, no 279 or STRV in A0, so they can cleanly just go out wide here and just force Clueless to kind of go under, but at the same time, they're just going to get repushed by probably all these Dravics above them in a second.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't like is if I'm Invil, is like they were able to push in there, but they only pushed with 3 tanks. So if you want to add more tanks, you kind of have to push again. But as you mentioned, Katsai has the higher ground already, so this second charge now on the 8-9 line is pretty much unpunished. The Badger on A5 is completely out of the game. I'm not sure why he didn't move at least onto the rails. First pickup there onto Kayaklu, and this looks very bad for Clueless.
I mean, I'm surprised it's only 5k down really for Clueless. This just doesn't look great. I mean, they pushed the 1-2, which I think is just not needed even still with the CS and 279, and that's dying. And this underplay is also not going to work out. They're just going to repush. They're going to go Y my Mumbai. External's going to go down, Skill Dogs and Edgy. So yeah, not a great start from literally Clueless. I feel like it's just opened up because Maud went mid, or Marucha went mid in his EBR instead of going to the 9-0.
Yeah, and Invil now basically dictating the game on all sides of the map. We have to give props to the light tank players. Both Ayers and Kono really did a great job securing initial positions, securing map control that could be fortified there by the heavier tanks of Invil, both with the IS-7s and with the Dravex. And yeah, I mean, this was a very one-sided affair. Very strong attack from Invil, only losing 1 tank so far, and pushing Clueless more or less back to the base, to the red line, and yeah, eliminating them already. 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, this game was definitely, obviously, just fully Invil, but this last Sun River for Clueless' attack, if Clueless attacked a bit earlier, could have happened. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just a misstep in the opening, really, honestly, for Clueless sending their EBR mid and just letting Kono get so deep, gets punished on the A6 cross, doesn't let anything get to A0 as well. It's just a nice round from Invil, really. Can't really say anything about their performance.
No, I guess the match that they played earlier against Rix was their wake-up call, and yeah, they took that very serious and immediately striked back. 3-0 is kind of what some of us expected. Ducky and Sebest striking there with their prediction. But to be honest, even though this is not a nice result for Clueless, I think that's a good sign for potentially the matches tomorrow, because we want to obviously have not just the 2 competitive teams, but best case all 4 of the surviving teams tomorrow being very well set up. Talking about the setup, obviously the Badgers surviving the longest, being able to dish out a bit more extra damage, but aside from that, pretty one-sided affair.
Yeah, I mean, if I was voting with my head, I probably would have done the same as Invil and Zbest, but I voted with my heart instead, and yeah.
So is Clueless the loser of the game, but the winner of the heart?
Yes, I think so. I mean, you'd think they'll come back for the next Club Showdown. Maybe they can improve for next time as well, so get maybe even some better players or something from some other team, and yeah, they can try again.
I mean, maybe, if you don't abandon them in an hour of need.
Are you saying I can make all the difference?
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're here. We rely on your expertise. That's the expertise that they were missing.
Yeah, true. This is true. I'll have to consider it for next time.
Yeah, obviously, we have one more match left. The match between 2, I mean, you would assume Polish teams, but nowadays Storm is also quite a mix. Let's call it international team of Storm versus Polish team Nomi. We were talking earlier about the Nomi logo, and I was going back on Liquipedia and checked some old VODs. They already played with this tournament logo in 2018, so quite nice to see that this brand kind of stayed for that long. Obviously, a bunch of player changes over the years, but I found a bunch of players as well that kind of like survived the time and are still at Nomi after, or back in Nomi after so many years.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I know they've kept that as their clan logo for quite a while now. Obviously, slightly different iterations for some clans, but I've seen them in the leaderboards of advances for the last probably 2 or 3 years. So, yeah, it's nice to see that they've back up to the top, I guess.
Yeah. Aside from that, I guess we are hopefully soon ready with a replay segment, and it's just a matter of finding out who the last team is that will make it to day 2. Looking at day 2 at this point, I think it's nice to see that we have like a nice mix of Ukrainian and Polish, potentially an international team is still in the competition, but yeah, the Ukrainian teams both there in the upper bracket looking pretty strong, right?
Yeah, I mean, they look, I would say, clearly at the moment, the clearest, the top teams at the moment, but, Invil still are existing. They can quite easily come back into this tournament, obviously improve as well, get warmed up from the lower bracket and be ready for the final if they get there. So, be interesting, I think, but yeah, the Ukrainian team's definitely on top at the moment.
Yeah, and they have to play basically 2 extra matches compared to the team that goes through the lower bracket. If you make the shortcut, like win the first round, win the upper bracket final, you just play 2 rounds, have an advantage in the pick and bans as well. If you take the longer route, like Invil hopes to do, you will play 2 matches today and then another 2 matches before you even reach the finals.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, with all that being said and done, we'll have a short break showing you the highlights of the previous round, and then we'll be back for the last match of today.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, here we are for the last match of today. Are we excited, Sebastian?
Yes, we'll definitely see how this match goes. The last two have been quite one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 4-0 and a 3-0. I think the Storm versus Nomi match promises to be like a bit of a closer affair. Nomi in the group stage even took some rounds of FaZe, so maybe they can even win this, even though they're starting as the third of their group. Storm not really with the greatest showing, and I feel like with a team that is like that mixed up and fairly new together, this can definitely also give them a bit of negative momentum, because the individual people obviously played in teams like Invil before and yeah, claimed their own share of trophies and successes. So yeah, if you have new leadership and maybe like a lot of emotions coming in after a 4-0, this could swing against you.
Definitely, and that is why I have predicted Nomi to upset Storm.
Nice. That is what I want to hear. Having some upsets, having some action, having some drama, and obviously having more than just 3 rounds with you here together on the last match of today. First EU Clan Showdown for you. How are you feeling so far?
Feeling pretty good. Definitely fast-paced games for the most part.
I mean, the Sand River rounds maybe not so much.
Yeah, that's the exception, but the rest of them have been quite fast-paced, very decisive pushes, and for the most part, no real big mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that we could point out in general was basically like this degree of hesitating that we've seen with some teams is basically just like you have 10 minutes of time and we feel like they're not using the first half of the match enough. Predictions of the community are, I would say, fairly balanced. 60-40 is something that basically says anyone can take it. Maybe the names on the side of Storm are like a bit more recognizable for some players, or you know, there are some streamers with Splatty or Reshake or Baby in the team where you can say like, okay, they have maybe like a bit bigger fan base, but the guys from Nomi are definitely also bringing in the experience. And I mean, there was already a little spoiler of the caster predictions, and I think I saw a bunch of 3-2 and 2-3 predictions.
Yeah, so jumping over to the pick and bans, we see Highway, Cliff, Proc, and Himmelsdorf all being banned right off the bat. It looks like Nomi is not wanting to do any 50-50 maps, so Cliff and Himmelsdorf both banned, which leads to the first map which will be played, Fisherman's Bay. Kind of a slower map. It's one of the slowest we've seen today, followed by Muravenka, which definitely has the opportunity to be a slow play map.
Yeah, Redshire and Sand River excluded as well. We have seen both of those maps today already, so I'm definitely looking forward to see some of the maps that we haven't seen yet. At least a round of Muravenka is already guaranteed. Live Oaks could be the tiebreaker. The same situation we had for the previous match between Clueless and Invil, but we didn't get that far. Starting off with Fisherman's Bay, we have seen that being played between Rix and Invil. Different strategies were kind of deployed. We had this northern side kind of abandoning the northwestern corner with a struggling CSs that didn't leave in time. But we also had the basically exact opposite with like 7, 8, 9 tanks, even when you count the tanks in front, holding that side. So Different things are being tried and tested. How do you feel about the light tank situation?
I don't know. I feel like depending on how the team decides to play, a light tank is a liability, especially potentially on defense, because it's an extra gun that isn't really being used. On attack, I can see a light tank being used to good effect to spot those tanks that are trying to hide behind the bushes.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a matter of like who can shoot onto the spots of the light tanks, like which positions can be taken that could not be taken by something like a CS. One tank that we haven't seen at all, I think, so far is the Leopard 1, which we have seen quite a lot in Onslaught as like the sniper support tank. But I guess the CS63 is just like a bit more versatile vehicle, and if you're on the defending side, obviously tanks like the STRV or potentially the K91 that we have seen some of the guys play are bolstering a bit extra DPM. And taking a first look, Nomi on the side with a light tank, 1 STRV, a Hurricane, 4 279s, 7 Dravek and an IS-7. And there's a double E4 on the side of Storm, together with a bunch of Orcas there, the German Schwertwall tank.
It's definitely an interesting choice to bring those. We will see how effective they are this game. Of course, Daki and I have made our opinions quite clear. In most maps, we don't think they're quite effective, but this is a map that we have not seen them on. Maybe this will change our mind.
Yeah, I mean, you can see as well, there seems to be a bit of a disagreement between the players when it comes to the equipment to use, because we saw 2 of the tanks, Lucan dropping some HP there already, but yeah, 2 of the tanks with 2,960. Maybe that's the difference between like improved hardening and Splatty picking the experimental one. And then Lucan, who already started with even less HP, now sitting on only 1.7k left. Nomi on the attack, obviously due to their light tanks having less HP from the start. Light tank also took a bit of damage at the beginning, but yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if this will be an asset or more of a liability.
Interestingly enough, that damage, I believe, was a blind shot. So it was just unlucky to take that hit in the EBR.
Yeah, and on the 8 line there's a push coming. There is obviously a bit of a crossfire set up. 2 Draveks on the stone on K7, and then this isolated Dravek there in the water position on J8. I don't think that the STRV has been located yet. Maybe the STRV was putting in some shots towards the end, but I don't think the Schwertwall took the damage from there. It was mostly shooters from the middle area, so we'll have to see how that can maybe still be used as a rotation. And yeah, I mean, HPs are still pretty much the same 2k difference that we had at the beginning. What would you advise Nomi to do in this scenario? Because obviously, even though it's the tanks in yellow that started moving, it's still Nomi that are attacking here.
Yeah, so Nomi is attacking, but they do actually have plenty of time, really. They still have 7.5 minutes. Patience is something we have not seen much of today, and potentially, if they use it to good effect, it might be the way to win this battle right here.
So you're saying they should be patient, take some good trades, and maybe after they figured out where the tanks of Storm are located, then they can make an educated advance there?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And actually, I think Storm is being a little bit antsy as well. Having just come off of a loss earlier today, they are feeling the pressure to win, and they might decide to make a slight push to, well, try to win the game, even though they don't need to.
Yeah, I think the E4 is also one of those tanks that is like not really the greatest pusher. There are some tanks like STRVs, for instance, where it's kind of obvious that you don't want to be pushing with them. But the E4, while it obviously packs a great gun and just comes to single shot damage, you're still fairly slow. You cannot just like rotate your turret as you wish. The turret rotation is also pretty slow. The DPM is not the greatest, and you lack the HP compared to other tanks. But if the tanks should stay there in like the 8-9 line, they're pretty isolated and kind of out of the game, no? Like that's like 10,000 HP that is just not participating in the fight so far.
Yeah, they're definitely out of the fight, and the fight is actually happening on the 1 line. Lucan is in trouble, sprouted right here, stuck behind a rock, and being fired upon, and does go down. And that only leaves 1 tank for Storm in the corner, and it looks like Nomi has been kind of figuring that out, and they have plenty of tanks to try to push that corner out, having no signs that there's many tanks there, and Miku in the EBR is going to see exactly that doing this pass.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where the light tank can definitely be of use. If you see this like 5-6 line, and obviously the area of the 3-4 line before, you need to sooner or later cross this or get a tank in that position that you can support the heavy tanks after you picked up Sir Jacob. And being able to outspot with a light tank is really critical. The HP is still pretty much okay. Obviously, Nomi had the HP disadvantage, which they nearly balanced out so far. But the push on the 9-0 line is happening now, and we'll have to see how well the defensive forces there can hold this, because this would be critical to survive as long as possible.
Yeah, and A1 does go down for Storm, which leaves 3 tanks on their flank. The tanks on the 5, 6, 7 for Storm are needing to move up. They are also in a crossfire. We see the big push on the 8-9 from Storm.
Yeah, and I mean, initially it was just 2 Draveks sitting there in the position where Milo is now, but they rotated. You said it, patience can be of very high importance, and they had exactly that patience. They dug out the Draveks on the 1 line, and now the defensive hold there on the K line looks pretty good for them. Nomi needs to be careful that they don't lose the fight in the middle too early, because obviously those tanks are keeping the sniping tanks busy. So you can see this 450 shot there coming in onto Botchik. The STRV of Manino actually doing a really good job as well, protecting Tomek. 530 damage, so at least 1 more peek is needed. Botchik has the reload, peeks, but doesn't get the shot. Nice high roll by the Dravek, nice cover fire there. And you can see a lot of yellow tanks disappearing now. The repush is as well happening. You can see Pan's Fury, the next one to fall. 5 tanks there off the side of Nomi, pushing in now. The E4 of 4CB kind of not getting any shots in. Another good kill pickup, and Nomi now with double the HP. Only 4 tanks left for Storm.
Yeah, this is where the patience definitely played into their hands. They were able to determine where Storm had their tanks. They slowly but surely dug out the A1 corner, and from that point they had the map control. They had a very good defensive hold set up in the K8 area, and by forcing the push from Storm, by taking A1, they were able to absolutely farm those heavy tanks driving in on the 8-9 line.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say this was very methodical by Nomi. They did a great job getting the tanks on A1. And I have to say, it's also a matter of strategy maybe that we have seen already in the Invil match. It's just not enough to have 2 tanks there or 3 tanks, lose them, and then not get anything in return for it.
Yes, that's exactly what I think as well, because it's really easy to dig in on the 8-9 line, and you lose so much HP driving across over there. You have to trade better in the corner, and leaving 2 tanks, you're not going to trade very effectively. You're essentially just losing 2 guns.
Yeah, and one thing that we obviously see a lot is this heavy punishment there when you come out of the ditch in the western side and then over push this small village in the corner. But yeah, it didn't really happen at all. So Nomi was able to push in there with their IS-7s, and yeah, the cover fire was just not there, right? Like it was maybe like half a tank bled, and then Miku and the EBR picked up Lukin, and then Sir Jacob was picked up as well. So step by step they lost the map control, and they were too hesitant in the city side with re-pushing onto the forces that had nicely prepared some crossfire. At the beginning, we only had 2 Dravex in the end. We had 4 that were holding there, and obviously with tank in the front and 1 tank to the side, that's like 6 tanks that are sharing their HPs, and were even able to repush at a later point in time.
And it's very difficult to dig out hold down Dravik, and that's exactly what they were fighting there, trying to push into them. And the tanks in the middle also had side shots as they were driving in. It's just not a good place to push if you don't have a huge overmatch. And unfortunately for Storm, their heavy tanks in the middle, trying to take care of the crossfire that Nomi had set up, they were being shot in the back from the IS-7 and the EBR that had taken the north. So they were definitely in a difficult position.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the STRV in this scenario? Because we talked about tanks that want to or don't want to push or can't push. I mean, the STRV is usually a tank that is positioned in situations where you expect enemies to kind of like drive into you. In this case, I felt like the STRV didn't really know where to go.
Yeah, that was definitely the case for the STRV for Storm, but the opposite was true for Nomi. They had that Sturv set up at the back, and it was doing a lot of damage onto the heavy tanks that were trying to push over in middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we saw the fire that was kind of like basically coming from all directions onto the 279s in the middle area. You mentioned in the north we had the EBR, Dravik, and IS-7 that took their very strong positions, and then the STRV and the 279s kind of defending onto the push. Not the greatest round for Storm here on Fisherman's Bay. Let's see what round 2 has to bring.
Yes, well, in this case, they will now need to win on their attack, I believe, which does complicate things. We'll see if Nomi decides to hold the corner with many tanks, or if they abandon it like we just saw.
Yeah, I remember we had like a very long time ago, I think 2021, sorry, we had a tournament that ended up in a tiebreaker on Fisherman's Bay, and Invil was the attacking team on the tiebreaker, and Invil was basically in the situation where they hadn't played any artillery in the whole tournament, and then they played a GW E100 on their attacking side of Fisherman's Bay, and they won the match, and earned all the players earned like a displate from the sponsor, and players could pick which tank they want to have engraved into it. And there was obviously the RT player, who is very happy to have his RT engraved into his displate.
That's quite a good story right there. I like those where it's unique, it's special.
Yeah.
And I mean, ever since the artillery changes, artillery hasn't been as useful in competitive play because it doesn't do the damage it used to individual tanks. It's really only valuable on group tanks, but tanks are not grouped enough to put out the damage to make it useful. So most of the time you don't expect it, but if a team does bring one, which we don't see one here, it can give the advantage if used properly. What we do see, though, is Storm is bringing a lot of Dravik, 4 279s, a Schwertwall, a Sturv, and an EBR.
Yeah, I mean...
And on Nomi, an E4, a Sturv, EBR, lots of 279s, 5 of them, 2 IS-7, an E100, and 4 Dravik.
Yeah, HP's fairly equal, roughly 37.5. I mean, 38 for Nomi on the defending side. And important now for us to see is what the EBR duel here is looking like. It seems like 4CB is very aggressive, not spotted so far. Now he spots out Miko. So far, no shots taken. I think Miko is already so far in the back that he doesn't have to be afraid of taking any damage in return. And now the IS-7 taking this position there on the rubble. I think one tank there, and I agree with Daki, who I think said it earlier, is definitely a better choice than trying to shield, because shield is always good if you don't want people to overpush, but you're overpushing this anyway, so it's not too critical. And we'll have to see if this is enough, because it's just basically 3 guns positioned here on the side of Nomi. E100, interesting choice. I mean, it has okay-ish DPM with a small gun, but I think the IS-7 will just die for free.
The IS-7 will definitely die for free, but the E100 and 279 I think will be able to hold much better than previously for both the HP and armor, but the bigger reason, look at the fact that Storm has no tanks on the 4-5 line. Those tanks in A1 can really only be dug out if you have 2 angles, and Storm is heavily focused on the 1 line. They don't have any crossfire. That E100 and 279 are going to stay dug in there, and Storm has realized this, and they're actually disengaging with their Dravik. Meanwhile, Nomi is re-pushing on the 8-9 line, I should say pushing, and we see that Storm is set up to receive.
Yeah, I mean, again, quite some damage taken already. We saw the IS-7 there of Prishtipan taking basically 2k damage nearly. Sokol as well with his damaged engine. 2k HP up for Storm. Obviously, they are still on the attacking side, but if I'm Nomi, I would not want to continue pushing here.
I'm not sure they will. I think they wanted to take positions. They thought they could re-push or push the 8-9 because Storm was pushing the 1 line, but they have realized that there were too many tanks there, and now they are taking strong defensive positions. We do see Storm rotating their Dravik over. I do expect a re-push on the 8-9 line. Hopefully Nomi is set up for it, though they are short on guns.
Yeah, I mean, they have this STRV Dravik combination there that kind of hasn't fully figured out where they want to be, and it seems like, unfortunately for Nomi, they're kind of like on the wrong side when it matters. Similar to how it was earlier with FaZe, the STRV on one side is not really used while the other side is being pushed. So we'll have to see if this stronghold of Nomi here can survive for long enough. We might actually see a repush onto the 1 line, but let's focus here on what is happening in the city.
Yep, Sokol is about to go down in the Dravik, and he does. The IS-7 on the 0 line is hull down, but is unlikely to last very long. There are so many guns in this fight over here from Storm. Most likely, Nomi's going to lose all their tanks, and they need to move quickly on the rest of the map. Otherwise, these are just free picks for Storm.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the HPs, and it's not too bad yet, but Storm hasn't lost a single gun. The IS-7 kind of like drove completely down, will probably drown, and now it was 4 kills in a row. The focus fire there is really good on the side of Storm, making sure that they pick up tanks one by one. We mentioned the leftover tank on the 1 line. That one was picked up in the meantime by Nomi, but they're down over 5k HP now. A bunch of vehicles as well to their disadvantage, and I don't think they can hold this for 5 minutes, because Storm was quite quick with when they started their push.
Yeah, it's unlikely Nomi is going to be able to hold this. At this point, they're down 10,000 hit points. And they only have 5 tanks remaining to the 14 of Storm. They had very good positions for the most part 2 or 3 minutes ago, but they ended up reinforcing the 1-2 line. They sent the Sturb over there, and that might have helped make the difference. had they put the stirve at B9, for example, it might have turned out slightly differently. Unfortunately for Nomi, Storm knew exactly what they were doing when they pulled out of the one line. It just took a long time for those Dravik to go all the way around the map so that they could group and push on the 9-0 line.
Yeah, and now with the last strugglers being picked up, that should be the 1-1. Bringing us to the next map. We talked about it earlier, Murovanka, obviously a map that we haven't seen yet, and with the first map being split between the two teams, we'll definitely see both rounds of Murovanka.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see how each team plays their Murovanka defense. There are definitely many ways to do it. I expect more light tank usage on Muro that we've not seen so much on other maps, just because of all the forest cover that there is.
Yeah, obviously the options of having some like defensive stance there as well. Or maybe we'll see some Badgers. So for the Badgers side of things, especially on the Prokhorovka game played by Clueless, who's not looking too well, but I think a combination of maybe like Schwertwald, Dravik and Badger can definitely combine for like a defensive hold there. 279 is obviously as well still an option. Do you think we will see any Chieftains during this tournament, or it's just no longer in the matter, especially with the Dravik being there?
I think the Dravik at this point is just better. The Cupola is smaller. The DPM is significantly better. I shouldn't say significantly, but it matters. It's better. And the armor on the side is also more usable.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the post-game stats, there isn't really that much to be said. We see that there are just a couple of isolations that happen. We mentioned Sokol, who is, I think, the first defensive tank in the city that was overpushed. And obviously, the same situation applies to the other tanks at the bottom there. You know, the IS-7 that was positioned on the one line basically does one shot of damage, bounces one of the Dravik shots, but then the second salvo is basically completely eliminating him. And looking at the EBRs, it's like 1200 damage, 400 spot. I mean, that doesn't necessarily reflect on how much like vision he was providing, but maybe like a CS could have done a similar thing, you know, if it's just about the initial information gain.
After the initial information gain, the EBR really wasn't doing much for Nomi. Even ran away and was in the back for most of it.
No, I mean, Murovanka has a lot of open space, a lot of bushes as well. In the past, we have also seen some non-EBR light tanks. The Manticore is an option, obviously, the T100 if it's just about the small profile. But I think those teams are very coordinated when it comes to, you know, communicating where someone got spotted, potentially like focusing their fire onto different bushes to figure out where an opponent could be positioned, and without fog of war. So when you know that there is a light tank and you know in which positions it could be, it's very hard to stay not just unspotted but like untouched, because you don't have to be spotted to get eliminated as a light tank.
Yes, that's definitely the challenge with no fog of war. You can have obvious bushes be blind fired, and if teams are very familiar, even the not so used bushes. And as we were discussing, then we might see non-EBRs. That's not the case. We have two EBRs on each side.
Yeah, there's a bunch of IS-7s, 3 on each side, double 279 for Nomi in the attack, and filled up with an STRV on either side and Dravex. I guess this mix of IS-7 and Dravex just makes sense because they have like a similar speed to armor profile, so you can use them nicely in groups. Some of the tanks might be better for hull-on positions. The IS-7 has a bit more durability. Good shooting there onto 4CB, taking a chunk out of his HP bar, but it won't matter too much. There are 2 light tanks on either side. Chucky there as well, now spotted. And yeah, the initial aggression is kind of coming in on the same side for both teams. Good shooting onto Rishek as well. Storm with a bit of a HP loss. And if they're pushing on their defensive side here, there are a lot of tanks ready to receive this.
Yes, the 2 IS-7s for Nomi most likely will get picked, but look at that bleed that Storm is receiving from all those drawbacks that Nomi has lined up over there. It's an absolute firing line.
Yeah, the IS-7 gets double-tracked. Even a fire now if Baby can pick up the legs kill. He low rolls, so Matra stays alive, but on 14 HP. The push is still happening, and Nomi, while they did their best to retaliate, still in an HP disadvantage. Sokol doesn't make it around the corner, maybe a bit too over-eager there in his approach to run away, but the SDRV and the Draviks there are still positioned. We just need to make sure that they get enough damage to eliminate the guns, because right now Storm is still on 15 guns.
Yes, it's very important to pick up those low HP. Nomi has taken 2/3 of the map. They're trying to get all their guns in the game. Fortunately, Storm still has 14 of them, and Nomi is only down to, well, 7 of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is also like one of those things that the teams have to pay attention to, is like not just like drive in together, but also drive in a way that like the second wave takes the shots after the first wave dropped to half HP. And we have seen a bunch of those like nicely shifted maneuvers there, where the tanks that initially took the brunt of the damage, where we said like good punishment by Nomi, exactly those tanks fell back into positions where the houses were covering them, and very nicely executed push here from Storm. And I think it was even like it could have even been better for them if maybe some more tanks would have been positioned on the other side of the map for Nomi. But Storm, very good round here on Muravankar, and I think a well-deserved round to put them onto a potential match point.
Yeah, Nomi over here had a reasonable setup to receive that push. Unfortunately, they did have too many guns out of the game and weren't able to bring them in fast enough. Also, as you mentioned, Storm was doing a very good job of shuffling the one-shot tanks to the back, and that just meant that Storm had an overwhelming gun advantage for really about 2/3 of the match. They were able to use those low HP tanks to volley the high HP of Nomi, and there wasn't much to be done.
Yeah, I think Miku flipped, and now he's half in the water and flipped. Yeah, I mean, that was fixed now. He's back standing, but the match is pretty much over. And Storm takes the second round. I would say not unexpected, but nice to see that there is life, there is some energy, and there is action happening. Storm now in a very good spot to potentially even take it 3-1. I wouldn't go that far because obviously it's just a single round, but I really like what they did. I feel like Nomi had okayish positions, and at some point they were maybe just a bit too greedy with trying to fall back. There were 2 of the Nomi tanks that kind of like started running away and then completely exposed their side or rear armor, and then got picked up. Sokol and the Dravik, I think he even basically just completely got obliterated on like 100-meter distance. And obviously a bit of unlucky situation for Matra and the IS-7, who got set on fire. I mean, the shooting is great there from the STRV player. 13 out of 16 penetrated. But even with 6k damage, doesn't balance out that the rest of the team basically had only the one EBR doing his own HP and damage.
Yes, with Nomi, they're also a little bit unlucky. Those IS-7s are very good for progressing through the game if the enemy team doesn't push. In this game, Storm did push, and they got caught out. Unfortunately, one of them also was tracked and set on fire, wasn't able to escape, which just meant that, Nomi was down multiple guns very quickly. Even though Storm took a lot of bleed, they lost a ton of hit points, they still had their guns in the game, and Nomi lost them early.
Yep. So with that being said and done, do you think we will see a push from Nomi in a similar fashion, or more of a defensive hold, because they are now with their backs against the wall, potentially with their tanks against the red line?
If the Fisherman's Bay battle is anything to go off of, I do think they're going to be more of a slow play team in this scenario. I think they're going to set up and try to receive a push as opposed to start with an aggressive push themselves.
Okay, so far any of the predictions could still come true. Obviously not Ducky, who decided to not predict for either of the teams. So if you I'm being told that Ducky was just too scared to predict, and he didn't want to be wrong. You know, he was already wrong so much for today that the embarrassment, he just couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah, I'm further being told that later on the stream on his own channel he will issue an official apology for his terrible predicting skills. But while that is being done, I can see that the teams have already loaded into the game client, so we can shortly take a look at the lineups. There we
see on Nomi that they're bringing 2 EBRs again, 1 STRV, 2 279s, 3 IS-7s, and the Restravik. Meanwhile, for Storm, it's only 1 EBR, a Sturv and a CS, 4 IS-7s, and the Restravik.
Okay, so there is a light tank advantage, I guess, on the side of Nomi, who has 2 against 1. HPs, I mean, a bit less for them, both teams coming with STRV, but in the end it's basically just a replacement of the second light in favor of the CS. CS, who just got spotted pushing in the IS-7, so we'll have to see how this will be received, because there's a lot of tanks coming on the 9-0 line from both sides, and I think it's a good decision here for Chucky and DJ to kind of like retreat for now and see if they can maybe just get some cover position and take more defensive hold.
Yes, Nomi is potentially going to just hold here, push this out, and then hold. It would be a bad decision if they kept pushing, because Storm has rotated almost all their tanks onto this side at this point. You can see these Dravik driving across in the open, taking some damage, like in the I-7, dropping 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, there are now some overpeaks happening, but again, Storm doing a great job, and this is something we highlighted before. They push in together, everyone takes 1 shot of damage, and they eliminate 1 tank completely. And on the side of Nomi, they have a bit of extra HP now to spare, but they lost their first gun, and Storm will be able to just put the tanks that lost a bit more HP, like Chucky or Herman, more towards the defensive positions in the back and maybe not to the front line immediately. This is starting to get pretty expensive though.
It is. Storm is taking a lot of bleed right here. They're down 6,000 hit points even though they started up. Nomi is trading badly with the tanks on the front line, but Storm is trading even worse. They've taken a lot of damage, and on the other side of the map, the 2 EBRs have taken out the EBR for Storm, and now they're going after the STRV, which is a tank that could be farming onto Nomi. So Nomi is in a very good position right here, still up 4,000 hit points.
Yeah, and you can see now as well a similar situation that we mentioned with retreating the lower HP tanks. Milo staying alive, Adi staying alive, Justek also staying alive, all of them less than 1000 HP. Flamesong is spotted in the STRV, the EBR making sure that that stays like that as well. The cap has been started. I think the EBRs will even have some shots from there onto maybe Sir Jacob in the Dravek or Rishek, who's exposed on the ridgeline now. Double the HP for Nomi. I think it's about time to initiate a repush. They don't have to do it, they have a lot of one-shots, but with a cap pressure, I think Storm knows that this game is not going in their favor.
No, this was very well played by Nomi. They showed a very strong push on the 9-0 line, and Storm initially was going to push there too. They fell back, then they brought all their tanks in for a repush, and they repushed into very well set up tanks on the side of Nomi.
Yeah, I mean, the double EBR here definitely doing their job. They picked up the light tank in the 1 versus 2 light tank advantage, but yeah, I mean, I don't think it was really the light tank's fault. I think it was a mix of things that happened on the back and forth push on the 9-0 line. I think it could have gone either way, but Nomi, being the team on the defending side, obviously had the help of the timer that they didn't really have to continue pushing if they didn't want to.
As it was very well, smart not to push into those tanks. They saw them set up. They didn't know how many tanks Storm had there, but it was definitely foreseeable that they had more, and they decided to hold off, and that was the decision that most likely won them the game.
Yeah, and I think that's also something that maybe doesn't reflect immediately in the post-game stats, but the second light tank that they had, and that was able to basically take a look at how many tanks are being set up on the western side of the map, maybe gave them the relevant information saying like, hey guys, there's no one here, so be careful into what you're pushing there. Taking a look at the damage spread, I think it's looking pretty good for Nomi. I mean, there's one tank, that's the IS-7 at the very helm. He has 2k spotting, only 1 shot of damage, but everyone else, aside from the EBR, above 2k. No really standouts. Manio there, top damage, but not by a lot, and in the STRV, you would kind of expect him to have quite difficult shots there onto so many hull-down tanks as well. The STRV of Flamesong obviously got troubled by the double EBR of Nomi, and we are going into a tiebreaker. Remind me, the 2 rounds that were played defense were both lost, right?
Let's see.
So both Muruvanka devs won. That's the one that we just saw. But
yes, and the attacks won on the first map. On Fisherman's Bay, attack won both times.
And now the question is, who had the faster win on Fisherman's Bay? Okay, so Sir Jacob, as a representative of Storm, just was allowed to pick the site. They picked the south of Live Oaks, so that means they had the faster attack win on Fisherman's Bay. Live Oaks, last and final map for today. Any favorites after the 4 rounds that you have seen between the teams?
I think they're quite evenly matched. Well, my prediction is that Nomi will win this tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Though, having seen the previous 4 battles, I think either one can easily pull this out depending on how they play.
Yeah, I think it's time for them to really show up. Maybe instead of the Schwertwall, they pick another German tank, you know, like a nice Phoenix coming there from the lower bracket, out of the ashes, and putting in some good shots on long distance. That's at least what I would hope for. But yeah, I mean, this matter has already during this day shifted from, I think at some point we had like 6 or even 8 of the Schwertwalls per side to maybe like 1 or 2 for positions that you need this chunky German heavy tank in. But yeah, I mean, IS-7, 279, I think that 260 also completely disappeared after we had seen Invil play it on Redshire, so maybe the Dravik will be dictating also this round of Live Oaks.
That is my expectation as well, that the Dravik is going to be the primary tank of choice for both sides. I wouldn't be surprised to see EBR and Sturv for both teams as well, and we will find out momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, last round, this obviously is for tournament survival. Whoever wins this one. Now we see Daki predicting 3-1, obviously no longer possible. Okay, yeah, the video team is telling me that he dried his eyes and he decided after Storm was up 2-1 that he would predict 3-1 for Storm. But yeah, I mean, you know, Daki has the gameplay to show off, so maybe he doesn't need to show off his predictions. Talking about gameplay, Daki will obviously play later today in an A clan showdown, and I've heard that there's like a bunch of retirees that are playing there. I mean, Mahu already got eliminated. From what I remember, that was your go-to clan back when you were playing. You know, the retirement team 1 is obviously the casting team, but NA apparently still accepts old men playing there.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of us have retired from competitive as we've grown up, gone through school and all. Still have quite a strong team in the clan. Unfortunate that we were knocked out, but there's always the next one.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like there's like retirees and then there's Keyhand, who at this point just goes on vacation, you know. No participation in any way. Taking a look, I think our suspicions kind of came true. Draviks all over the place. There's a K91 and a 279 on the side of Storm, which are attacking. That is obviously their choice. EBR against 2 EBRs, something we saw in the previous round. Let's see if Miko and Yannick can again make the difference.
Both teams deciding to send most of their forces into the northwest corner of the map. Nomi deciding to send all their IS-7s down into the bowl, while Storm decides to take the top, take the city, and we will see how this shapes up to be. Nomi is sending 2 Dravik to A7 to receive the push. Storm is sending all their tanks. It looks like they're not stopping, and there's quite a crossfire set up to receive them.
Yeah, and important as well is that Nomi made the very clear decision of not leaving anyone in the city, so there is no first wave of tanks that can just be picked up for free. The STRV is immediately in position to cover as well, and the first tank has already fallen. Storm down 3k HP, Storm not in good positions. Immediately the next tank falls as well, so Jacob could be eliminated immediately with the next shot, and that is 3 tanks for just 1. The situation is getting worse and worse because you can see the EBRs are using the whole playing ground there. The Dravik providing crossfires, the IS-7 still alive. There are a bunch of tanks now bleeding on the side of Nomi, but this initial advance here was completely shut down, just the K91 alive.
Yes, these IS-7s actually were also adding to the crossfire in C5 and 6, but Storm has re-pushed them. And so the IS-7s that Nomi sent to F3 are now in a troubled situation. As we see in the north, though, Nomi is re-pushing the city and are most likely going to pick up the remaining tanks of Storm very quickly. There's an 8,000 hit point advantage to Nomi. It's going to be very difficult for Storm to claw this back at this point. as another one goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Nomi have only dropped 2 of their IS-7s. Aside from that, everyone's still alive. And that seems to be the end of the road. The storm has settled, and the little blue warrior there of Nomi has been able to survive the threat. Miko versus FusiB, an HE shell will not be enough to pick up Miko, and I think that is the end for the light tank as well. Last man standing there, Flamesong, is eliminated as well, and congratulations to Nomi, making it into the top 4, making it to day 2 and eliminating Storm from competition.
Well, Snowy did a very good job, especially on that last battle. They set up perfectly to receive the push and were able to re-push immediately after bleeding that, well, failed push from Storm.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 pushes in a row from Storm that kind of went sideways. First the second round of Muravanka and now the Live Oak situation. It was their choice. They picked the attacking side and they deployed that tactic knowing what could happen. Obviously, for Nomi, I would say this went as good as it could have been. They had 0 tanks set up on the other side, aside from a single EBR that went that way. Later they sent a Dravik as well, but this was as good as it gets. Manio there, good damage at the very beginning. I think towards the end the STRV wasn't really playing such an essential factor. Flamesong, I mean, he did what he could, but it didn't really matter. The city push got shut down. You see like 11 tanks with less than 2k damage. Splati eliminated before anything could have been done. So I would say deserved victory by Nomi, but Invil, after their loss to Rix, were looking pretty good, and considering that this is the next opponent for Nomi, I am not so sure if I would continue betting onto Nomi.
No, unfortunately, they will have an uphill road to beat Invil, but they played very patiently. All 3 of their wins came on patient decisions, and if they continue to play patiently, they do have a chance against Invil, who has been quite aggressive so far today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great action by Invil, but I agree, Invil is a team that often is very aggressive. We saw, for instance, the Prokhorovka round, where I would say their aggression just overwhelmed the team of Clueless. They were not really ready and prepared, not in position. So Nomi really needs to do a good job. They have a whole day to prepare. Their match will only happen tomorrow. We'll start with Rix versus FaZe. The upper bracket final, the team that decides that match in their favor obviously will move to match 8, which will be the grand final, and then the loser meets the winner of Invil versus Nomi in match 7. I guess at this point we can say again a big thank you to our sponsor AMD for making this happen, to supporters here help us out with adding a bit of extra cash to the prize pool, and then obviously a big thank you to all the viewers, all the casters, all the players, everyone that joined us today. And I mean, 4 teams are left, and every win that you take for now will definitely up your rewards. I think the step from 3rd to 4th is something that might not be, you know, like the juiciest of upgrades, but the moment that it gets into the top 3 positions where you get the badges, and obviously the rewards are increasing a bit more, every round that you win will give a big smile on your face.
That is for sure, and of course Nomi, it's an uphill battle, but both of the next 2 battles for them are best of 5, which opens up the possibility of continuing, well, their string of upsets. This first one, and they can stack them tomorrow.
Yeah. With that being said, if you were not able to claim your Twitch drops today yet, don't worry, we will raid Ducky just after a short round of replays, and you can still claim your Twitch drops. Later during the NA Prime time at 23 UTC, so that should be 1 a.m. Central European time. We will be having a new set of Twitch drops for the NA streams, so check out the CC streams there. And obviously tomorrow we will be back at 14 UTC, so 4 p.m. Central European time, or early morning times for all our friends from North America. I will give the last word to you.
We've had a very good string of matches today, and we hope to see the same tomorrow. And to wrap up today, let's take a look at the replays for this last one.